Today, we are going to build a full-stack Airbnb clone ready to be deployed in production. We are going to display the listing of our landlord present on the platform, allowing users to search for houses in an efficient and blazing fast way. They will be also able to know more about houses, make and manage their reservation at all times. On the landlord part, we will guide our users through some nice steps to put their house on a rent. To build this app, we will use Spring Boot 3 and PostgreSQL for the backend. These technologies has proven that they are fast and reliable. For the front-end part, we will use Angular 17 and PrimeNG with the latest Angular feature like standalone components, signal, and the new control flow syntax. Last but not least, we will use Auth0 to manage authentication and authorization in order to secure our application. For this tutorial, all you need is some good grasp of TypeScript and Java. So, without further ado, let's dive into this amazing journey. We are going to begin with the front end. So, let's generate our Angular app. For that, we will open a terminal, position on the folder where we want to create it, and we will call the Angular CLI with the command ng new Airbnb clone front, so the name of our project. We will use the SCSS and we will use the standalone component. So no SSG or pre-rendering. Let's wait a bit for npm to install the dependencies. All right, so now that the generation is done, let's open our IDE. On my side, I'm going to use IntelliJ IDE, but you can use anything you like, Visual Studio Code or anything else. Let's zoom in a bit here because the IDE is a bit small. And let's reopen our terminal. Go to the folder that the Angular CLI just created. And let's install our UI library by typing npm install PrimeNG and PrimeFlex. Once done, let's go to app.config and let's add provide animation like this. So then we are going to import the Laralyte theme from PrimeNG. To do so, you can find the link in the description. This link will take you to my repository, specifically in the assets SCSS folder. Then you will copy paste this SCSS folder to the assets folder like I'm doing right now. So we can add here everything. And here there is the Laralyte theme, which is the exact same that you can find on the PrimeNG website. There is the theme base, which is from PrimeNG as well. And there is here the font that we will need and we will import in just a second. And this is what I personalize to make sure the theme looks like the Airbnb one. We are going to do the same for the fonts. You have the link in the description, but if you look in my GitHub repository, you will find it in assets fonts. That's a font that is very close to the Airbnb one. Then let's import the content of the style.css. Here, again, it's some global style to match as close as possible the Airbnb one. Let's delete this, we don't need. Now we can launch the Angular CLI server. I'm using IntelliJ here, but if you want to use it in the terminal, you can type directly here ngserve and it will launch directly the Angular CLI server. Let's go to localhost. Okay, so we have this, that's nice. But let's try to import a PrimeNG component to test that our integration is working. All right, we can see here that we have the button working. Now let's stop the server and let's install our icon libraries. Let's go back to the terminal and let's type ng add at for awesome / angular - font awesome. So we want the font awesome 6 and we will take all the free icons. All right. Now let's create a shared folder and let's create a TypeScript file named font-awesome-icons. Inside, let's create an icon definition array named font-awesome-icons, like this, and let's import Airbnb icon. This file here is designed to optimize which icon we are going to import in our application, because in Font Awesome libraries there is a lot of icons and we are not going to use it all. So the idea is to keep the bundle size of our application as small as possible. It means with this file that every time we are going to import a new icon, we will come back here and import it. Great. Now let's go to app.component and let's initialize our icon library. Let's remove the title because we don't need it. Let's inject the FA icon library like this. Let's implement on init. Like this, let's create a method named init.awesome. And let's initialize FA icon libraries. Let's call add icons and let's call the array of objects that we just created earlier. If I come back to my app component, I can try to import FA icon. So let's here import the font awesome module. And here I should be able to import Airbnb. Let's try here. Oh, we need to launch our server. And yes, we have here, so it's small, but we have it. It's because we have 3 kind of icon in the FontAwesome library, and this is part of FontAwesome brand. So that's why by default it's FontAwesome solid. That's why it wasn't working. So our library is okay and the integration is good. Now let's build our general layout for our app. First, let's go to Airbnb to check how they have built their UI. So what we can see is that we have a navbar with 3 components. So the logo, the search, and the login stuff with some links here. Then we have the category and we have the different houses, the list. Then if we scroll to the bottom, we have the footer. So that's what we are going to do now. To do so, first we are going to need 3 different components. Let's open our terminal and let's create the first component with the Angular CLI with ngGC in the folder layout, and we'll call it navbar. We'll create another component in the navbar folder as well for the right part, which we'll name avatar, and we will create as well a category component which will hold those categories. Lastly, we will create a footer component, and that's it for the component. Before we start coding those components, we are going to need some services. So we will create a category services and a toast service as well. So we'll put them as well on layout. Let's reduce this. Let's move this into layout. Now, let's create the category model that we will need for our category. Let's create a TypeScript file that we will name category.model. We will create an export type category name, and we will now create our categories. Will be all amazing views, OMG, tree houses, beach, farms, tiny homes, lakes, container, camping, castle, skiing, camper, Arctic, boat, bed and breakfast, rooms, earth, home, tower, caves, looks, and chef's kitchen. All right, then we'll create the interface category with an icon in the type icon names, a display name that is a string, a technical name that is category name, and activated boolean. Now we can go to our category service, and we will need to instantiate all our category in order to display them in the template later. So we are not going to type everything. So what you can do is that you can go in the description, the link will be there, or you can go directly on my GitHub repository and go to the category service.ts and copy paste the array with the name categories. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So it should look like this. We are just going to add the import and we will prepare the service with few methods and attribute. We'll create a private attribute with the name change category with the type behavior subject. This one will get initialized with get categories by default that we will create later, and we will have a public observable with the name change category that will be the derived observable of the change category, which is private. We'll use this to notify the component that will subscribe to this observable in order to let them know that the user has clicked to another category. Let's now implement the change category method that will take as parameter a category but not an observable, and we will just make this point change category dot next. Then we will need a way as well to get the categories. So we'll create a method get categories who will just like return all the array like this. We will also need a get category by default that will return the first categories in the array. And last method, we will need a get category by technical name that will take as parameter a technical name, which is not a string but a category name, and will return category or undefined. And on this we will do a categories dot find like category, and it's exactly that. Let's verify that our service is good because we have some error here. We need to correct this one. Here we missed the return, and this one, yes, we have a typo here and typo here. All right, so now let's implement the avatar component. But first, let's move this here, like this would be tidier. Let's close all of this and let's open the avatar component.ts. Very simple component. We'll have one image URL input, signal based. Let's import this, and we will have a avatar size as input with type avatar sm or avatar-xl like this. Then let's go to the SCSS part. We will need avatar class with attribute object-fit contain. We will need a avatar-sm with a width of 35-75 pixel and a height like this, and we'll need a class with avatar XL with 50 pixel and a height the same. Now let's go to the HTML part. We will need a div with a class with flex align content center, an if with image URL. If that's different from null, then we will create an IMG markup with src and with the content of image URL. We'll put an alt attribute that will be user avatar and a class that will be border round 3XL avatar. We will also put a ng class that will be avatar size. We need to import this. We need an else with a div with CSS class flex align item center, justify content center, and unknown users. Then we have an ng class that will be avatar size as well. Inside this div, we will need a font awesome icon that will be icon users, and the class will be text dark. Let's import this icon as well, which is for users, and let's import the font awesome module as well. All right. So for the avatar part, we are good. Let's now go to our category component. So for this part, we are just going to display the category, but we will not handle the click yet. We will do it once we will do the listing by category. So the code for now will be very simple. So we will need here first the font awesome module, we'll need to inject the category service like this. We will need to store the categories that we need to display that will be of type category array or undefined. We will also need to know what's the current activated category that will be equals category by default. We will also implement on init like this, and we will create a method to fetch all the categories, which will be very simple. We're just going to do this categories and this point category dot category service dot get categories. And for now, that's all we will need. Now let's go to the HTML part. We are going to need a div class with categories first, padding top 3 and margin x 8. Inside this, we will have a for of categories track by category dash technical name. And if category dash technical name is different than all, then we will display this category. So we'll add another div with flex colon, align item center, padding bottom 3, and category. We will also need add a class dynamic with category dash activated and with the boolean activated that we created earlier. Inside this div, we will need a font awesome icon with a class margin bottom 1, and the name of the icon will be the one we stored inside the icon object, the category object. We will also display the display name, the name of the category. So we will need to create title that will hold the category display name. We will need a class name as well. And here we will use interpolation to display the name inside the div. Let's go now to the SCSS sheets. Let's first import, because we will need it, the Airbnb variable. Let's try to count. Oh, there is one more. Okay, SCSS/Airbnb variable. We will have a categories class with MS overflow style none, a scroll bar with none. We will display as grid with grid autoflow column, grid auto columns max content, overflow x scroll in case there is too much, with a gap of 30 pixel, background color white, with a child class category, with a cursor pointer, a border bottom 2px transparent solid. Inside this category, we will need to style our font awesome icon with a font size of 1.4 and a class name with text align center, a font size 0-8, white space no wrap, and the letter spacing 0.25 px. Then our little trick here will be to hold the space before with the over. You will see that in a minute. So with a display block, a content with ATTR title, a font weight bold, a height of 0, an overflow hidden, and a visibility hidden as well. That's all for the categories. We will have as well category dash activated with a border bottom of 2 pixel, but this time it will be dark, and solid. We will have a font weight bold, and last one, we will have a category of type hover with inside a class with a name, font weight bold, and this category will have a border bottom of 2px, border color solid. All right, that was a long one. Great job. Now let's build our navbar. Let's go to the component.ts and let's import everything that we need. So we'll need the button module, we'll need the font awesome module, we'll need the toolbar module, the menu module, the category component, and the avatar component. We will also need as provider the dialog service from PrimeNG. We are going to implement right away on init. We'll need it later. Let's implement the method. We are going as well to create our attribute. So first we will need a location attribute. There will be a string called anywhere. It will be for the button in the middle. We will need as well guests with add guests and dates with any week, like this. We will also need some function that will be called login for our menu. So we don't have it now, so I will comment it, and that will be .login. It will be the same for the logout. Let's comment it for now, and we will need current menu items. That will be of type menu item, and that can be undefined. For now, we will call the method fetch menu on the ngOnInit phase. We'll create a method like this that will just return for now an array, because later this array will be dynamic depending on if the user is connected or not. But for now, it's static. There will be a label that will be sign up. The command, we will add it later, and the style class will be old. There will be another entry to this menu with label, and that will be log in. That will be all for now. Now we can go to the HTML. So let's start with a div with class sticky, top 0, border bottom 1, border gray 200, shadow 1, z1. Inside this div, we'll have our toolbar from PrimeNG with a style class bg white, border dash top dash none, border dash x dash none, and border no round. We'll pass line, and we'll have SM small flex, small resolution, justify, content center, small resolution, width full, medium resolution, flex, cursor dash pointer. Oh, sorry for that. It's MD flex, MD justify, content between, and px 8. Inside this toolbar, we'll have a first group that will have the p toolbar group start with padding left 1, small hidden, medium flex, and our pointer. Also, because that will be the logo div, we'll put the router link as like this. We can click on it and go back to home. We'll have inside this div an icon, attribute icon of type font awesome brand, and it would be Airbnb that we already imported. It will be size 3x, and the class would be text primary. Like this, it would be red, the Airbnb red. Then we'll have another div that will be font bold, text primary, red as well, padding left 2, and text 2XL, that will be Airbnb. Like this. So for now, of course, it doesn't display anything because we didn't add the navbar yet, but at least it's compiling. Let's continue on the other group. So it would be a div class p toolbar group center with a background white, a border round, 3XL, padding 0, border 1, border gray 300, shadow 1, hover shadow 2. Middle group, search, flex, justify, content around. Inside this div, we'll have 3 buttons with some class like p button, border round, left 3XL, border no round right, border right none, border none, background white, and text dark, and focus shadow dash none. On this button, we'll have the location. Then we'll have a separator here with a class of border 1, border left none, border gray 300, and the class separator. Then we will have another button with a class of p button, guest button, border none, border round right 3XL, background white, text dark, and focus shadow 1. Inside this button we'll have dates. We'll then have a separator and a last button, and that will be with class p button. Oh, so wait, there is an issue here. It's p button, border none, border no round here, and there is no shadow. So that's this button, and I would get the guest btn class with the border none and the border round right 3XL, the background white, the text dark, the focus shadow none, and the text gray 400. And last one, the padding 2. Inside this button, we will have a div with guest. And then we will have the search button, the class of margin right 2, a class p button, search dash icon, flex, align item center, justify content center. Inside this button, we have a font awesome icon where the name of this icon is search. The class will be text small. So let's add this right away. All right, let's now write the last part of the navbar, we will have a div with a class p toolbar group and small hidden and md flex. Inside this div for now, because after we will hide it in some cases, we'll have a p button link. We'll have Airbnb your home inside this. Then we'll have our p menu with the hashtag menu to call it later. The model will be the current menu item that we created earlier. The pop-up mode will be true, and we'll have a style class of border round XL margin top 1. Once we have our menu, we'll need a button. When we click, we'll call the menu.toggle with the dollar event to open our menu. We'll have few classes like menu, flex, align content center, justify content around, margin left 2, padding left of 3, padding 2, border gray 300, focus shadow none, hover shadow 1, border round, 3XL, background right, and p-button. Inside this button, we will have a font awesome icon that will be called bars with a class text small, text dark, and margin right 3. We will also have app avatar that will be image URL. We don't have it now, but it's okay. We can still put it as blank and we will complete it after. And below the toolbar, we have the category. So we need to as well display the app category. We need to import the icon far bars, and we need also to include all the icons that will be needed for the category. So I'm going to copy mine, but as usual, you can go to font-awesome icon in the description. You will have all the icon needed for the app. Like this, let's do this. All right. So this one should be good. Now let's implement our footer. So let's go to the footer folder. Let's go to the TS, import font awesome module. Let's go to the HTML and create a div with a class footer text small, border solid, border 1, border 200, flex, justify content start, and align item center. Let's create a span where we will put the copyright. Let's put a font awesome icon, the name circle, and then let's repeat this. So here it's terms, here it's sitemap, here it's privacy, and here it's your privacy choice without the circle at the end. Like this, we are good. Now we are going to implement our SCSS by importing first the variable with assets, SCSS, Airbnb variable. We create a footer class with background color that will be footer background color, and for the icon, we will have a margin left of 10 pixel, size of 3, and margin right of 10. All right, now we can go back to our app component and try to import our footer to check if everything is good. Let's see. So we have a bit of issue here. All right, it was because there is like some padding missing here, which is px6 and py5. Now let's go back, and then yes, we have our proper footer. Let's now finalize our layout. So let's go to app component. Let's add a ptoast component. We will like handle this in a minute. Let's now create a div with a class grid no gutter, and margin button 5. Let's also create a dynamic class, even though it will be for later, with is listing view. We'll just create this and for now. Inside this, we'll have another div with a class column and margin top 5. Inside this, we will have our router outlet, and that's where we will project all the component content that will be routed. Now we are good. What we need to do for our toast? Let's open it. Let's create a constant init state. It will be just init. Let's create a behavior subject named send of type message with a default value this.initState. Let's create a public subject that will be only unobservable, and we don't need this. And let's create a method send that will be public and that will allow like components to send message on our user. Let's come back to our app component and let's listen to this behavior subject. So we'll call it listen toast service. Let's subscribe, but first let's of course inject this service. Let's subscribe to it with next. Let's call it new message. And let's say that if new message and new message dot summary is different from toast service dash in state, then we can add it to the message service that we need to inject as well. And where we can add and then we can do new messages. Let's try our toast service to make sure it's working. So let's inject it here on our navbar, and here let's call send with a severity of info and a summary. Let's try this. Oh, so there is something wrong. Let's check. Yes, because here we need to provide message service. And let's not forget to call, of course, this method. All right, then we have it. All right, good job for this. That concludes our layout. Let's now generate our backend. So you can go in the description and copy paste the link named Spring Boot Starter. So I'm going to do it in front of you. So you should have something similar. So here we will stay like in the standards. We'll use Maven. We will use the most stable version, the 3.2.4. We will use Java 21. And here is all the stuff that we will need. So we will need the dev tool, Spring Web, because it's an API. We will use Spring Security for the security, O2 client, Okta for the authorization and authentication part, Liquid-based migration for the database migration, PostgreSQL driver, because we use PostgreSQL, Spring Data JPA for the Java persistence API, for our persistence data, for our persistence layer. We will use validation as well to validate our object, and we will use the Docker Compose support as developer tool to start our database in an automatic way. So now we are happy with this. We will click on generate. Okay, so you will have a zip here. So let's open this zip inside your favorite folder, and then you can open it with your IDE like this. Our first task will be to rename and create our application.properties, because we don't want to use properties, but we want to use YAML. Second stuff, we want to have two different environments. We want to have the dev environment, and we want to have as well the prod environment. So let's remove everything here, because there is a lot of configuration in this application.yaml. We are not going to type everything. So what I would suggest is that we are going to copy paste it, and I will give you an explanation on each properties. Like this, you have an understanding of what is doing. Again, the link is on the description. So here we have the logging level. So we are putting the root logger at info and the org hibernate.sql to debug as well. Like this, we can see the queries. Then here we have the active profile, we have the name of our application, we have some properties to set up the data source and Spring Data JPA. Here's the same. We have the default schema for Postgres. We have the configuration of Liquibase that we'll configure later. We have the size here where we can upload file. It would be useful to upload picture inside the database. And here we are a little bit in advance, but let's do it. It will be 4.0 a bit later. Let's do the same for our application-dev. We are repeating it, so here we don't need, and there is just the Spring Liquibase context that we put to dev. And inside prod, that's a bit different. Here we are passing everything at info, because we don't need debug, of course, we're in prod, and there is those env that we need pass as environment variable to have them secure, depending on how we are deploying it in production. And here we are putting Liquibase in prod context, and we specify the schema here as well. So now let's configure Mapstruct. Mapstruct is a library that allows us to do Java Bean mapping. It's very useful, and like this, we are able to generate some code when we need to map to a Java Bean object. First, let's go to the pom.xml and let's add some dependency. The group ID will be org.mapstruct. The version will be shared as properties. Like this, and we will have as well mapstruct-processors. Here we will use the variable like this, and we also need to add the compiler plugin. So the artifact ID will be Maven compiler plugin with some configuration. We'll have an annotation processor pass. The group ID will be org mapstruct. So let's copy it like this. All right, and let's refresh our Maven configuration. That should be okay for now. So now let's create our database schema with Liquibase. So the file are available in description. You can find it with the title db changelog, or you can go directly to my GitHub repository. They are in resources db.changelog. On my side, I will copy paste the file. So let me delete this and put it back. So let's copy paste it this way. We have 4 files in total. The first one that will be read by Liquibase will be this one, so the master.xml. I divided the schema and the XML in 3 pieces, because that will be the 3 domains that we'll create. We have user, listing, and booking. So user is for handling everything that related to authentication, authorization, and creation of users. Listing is everything related to displaying and creating any houses. And booking is everything when you need to book, when the user will need to book. Now that we have that, if we comment this, we can try to see if our application is booting up. So it seems that yes. Now that our backend is working, we need to verify that the schema has been created successfully and in a good way. So let's use pgadmin and let's try to see if the schema is present. So we go to Airbnb clone and we can see that our table are here. So good job. Now that we have this, we are going to create our entity and we'll start to create as well all the configuration that we need. So we are going to add package named user. Inside this package, we will have domain, and inside this package, we'll have a Java class that will be called authority. This class is going to be an entity, and we will add an annotation table with the name authority. We are implementing serializable. We will create an attribute name with an annotation not null with a size of 50 max. This attribute will be the ID of the table, and it will also be a column with a length of 50. We will then create the getter and setters and the equals hash code and the toString like this. Then let's create the user class. That would be annotate entity with @table with the name Airbnb-users that will extend abstract auditing entity the long that we are going to create right away. This one, we need to create a package for it. It will be the shared kernel.domain. So it will be abstract auditing entity. It's an abstract class, annotate with mapped per class, with entity listeners, with generics, and that implements serial disable. We will have a public abstract generic getID, and we will have two colon on this. We will have instant created date. There will be instant dot now. It will be annotated with created date, and at colon with updatable equal false, and the name of this column will be created date. Then we will have another attribute that still be an instant, and it will be a last modified date with the corresponding annotation and with the column name as last modified date. So this class will allow other entities to add this field in an automatic way, meaning that every time an entity will be created, this field will be populated automatically, and this field will be updated every time the entity is modified. And all of this process will be automated and taken care of by Hibernate and Spring. So let's create the getter and the setters for these two fields, and let's get back to our users. Now we can import this and we can create our corresponding field. So the first field will be the ID, so the primary key. Annotate with ID. They will have a generated value with a strategy of sequence with a generator named user sequence generator, a sequence generator with a name user sequence generator, a sequence name user generator, and we will have an allocation size of 1. Exactly. Last things, we will have column with the name ID. Next, our user will have last name with a colon and a name last name. I'm going to copy this to go faster. So this one is first name, then we have email, we have image URL, and we have public ID with a nullable false here, and this type is equals UUID, and the name of the attribute is public ID. Then we have a private set of authority with the name authorities, and that is a hash set. This one has a too many relationship, and the join table is so name its user authority with a join colon of name user ID reference colon name ID. So let's expand this a bit. Then we have the inverse join columns like this. We are copying this like this with authority name, and the reference column is name. Let's format and let's create the getter and setter for everything, as well as the equals. So we don't put the list or the identity on the equals. And that's all for now for our users. Now that we have our entity, we can create the repository. So let's create a new package here, repository, and create an interface that name user repository. We are going to extend JPA repository with type user and long, and we are going to have two methods with the name users, which will be find one by email and find one by public ID. That would be a UUID, and let's rename this public ID. All right, let's create now the mapper. This one is also an interface, and for now it'd be pretty light. We are just like configuring it to be able to use it with Spring. That's it. Let's move on to the configuration of a Spring to be able to detect the Hibernate entities and the repositories. So let's create a new package with the name infrastructure. Let's create another config package with a new class name database configuration. Let's add the annotation configuration and enable JPA repository with, so it would be with string fr.codecake.airbnb clone.user.repository, right? Then let's do enable transaction management, and let's enable JPA auditing for the creation date and the modification date. All right, we are good to go. If now we are doing this, we should be able to see if everything was working. Okay, so it starts again, so that's good news. All right, so now let's create the listing domain. Let's create the package listing. Then let's create the domain package with the listing entity. So we are going to need here an enum, which will be called booking category. It would be the equivalent of the category name. So it would be all amazing views, ONG, tree houses, beach, farms, tiny home, lake, container, camping, castle, Arctic, boat, bed and breakfast, rooms, hearth, home, tower, caves, looks, and chef's kitchen. Let's head back to listing. Let's add the entity annotation and the table. Let's add the name, listing. Let's extend abstract auditing entity with a long. Let's add an attribute long ID as foreign key. Let's add generated value. So this one, we will copy it. Let's change the name, listing, listing generator, and listing sequence generator. Then we will have a private UUID, public ID with a UUID generator, with an arrobas colon, with an at colon, name, public ID, and not nullable. We will have a string title with again a name title, a description. So let's create some. This one will be guests. It will be the number of guests that a house is capable to welcome. So bedrooms, beds, bathrooms, and the price. We are going to have as well a booking category with column. It will be called category, and it's an enumerated type string. We'll have as well the location and the landlord public ID, which will be the foreign key attached to the user table. So landlord public ID. Then last field, we'll have a set of listing picture that we will create just after, and that will be a hash set of picture. And we'll have a one-to-many mapped by listing and cascaded as well, because if a listing is removed, we want that the picture are removed as well. Let's create all the getter and setters. Let's create as well the equals and the hash code, the toString as well, and let's pass on the listing picture. So the listing picture will have way less field. So we'll have entity table. The name will be listing picture. It will of course extend abstract auditing entity with long. Here we are going to copy paste as well, like this. All right, we are going to have a private listing with a many-to-one relationship and a join column as name listing foreign key, and with a referenced column name ID. We'll then have a byte array to store the file binary, which will be of lob type and with a column name file that will be nullable, of course. We will have as well a private string file content type to make sure we know which kind of picture is it, and a boolean to know which picture is the cover. Let's create all the getters. Let's create the equals hash code and hash code method, and let's create the toString method. And I made a small mistake here, because we shouldn't put listing. And now we can go back here because we need to import this one. All right, so we should be able to build it back. Yes, so that's good. Let's create now the two mapper and the two repositories. So let's create a package of first mapper. Let's create interfaces, listing mapper with that mapper, component model, spring, and here listing picture mapper with mapper, component model, spring. Just here we will need it for later. Use listing picture mapper dot class. All right, for now we are going to let it empty Then let's create the listing repository that will extend JPA repository listing long, right, and the listing picture repository as well that will extend JPA repository listing picture and long. So they are not in the good package. So let's correct this repository and let's make sure they are. Let's add this configuration in the infrastructure config. Let's copy this and let's put listing. Last one, let's create the booking domain. So let's create a booking.domain. Let's create the Hibernate entity. Like, let's annotate it entity, table, the name, booking. Let's copy paste this one, the primary key. Let's change the name. Like this. Then the booking has a public ID. So it's UUID generator and arrobas at colon, which is public ID, that's new label. Then we are going to have an offset date time with the start date with a colon with name start date and not new label. We have the same, but for the end date. We have then the total price of the booking. We have still as int, we have the numbers of travelers, and we have the two foreign key, one for the tenant and one for the listing. We can add the getter and the setters. As always, we will add the equals and hashcode and the toString method as well. We can now create the mapper with the corresponding package. With the mapper and the component model that is Spring, and create the repository as well. That is extending the booking JPA repository booking log. All right, so we have all our entity. Let's refresh our app and it's already good. Oh no, something is wrong. Missing colon cover. So maybe there was an issue. It's because here it is cover. So let's refresh. And we are good to go. One last thing that we didn't do is that we need to go to the configuration and add up the package that we just create. So here we need to create the package as well, like this. So now if we come back, it should look like this. We are going to dive now in the authentication and authorization part. We will begin with the configuration of the Auth0 tenant. So you will need an account on manage.auth0.com. I already created mine and I already created, but this one will be by default, the tenant. So the name of my tenant is Airbnb-clone. To begin, we will create a new application. We'll go to create application. We'll choose regular web application. Now we will go to settings, allowed callback URL. We will put here http://localhost 8080/login/auth2/code/octa. And the other one will be the same, but for 4200 the port. So no need to put this. We will have as well the allowed callback URL. We can also add these two here for cause, and that's it. We click on Save Change, and it should be fine for the application. Now we are going to need the API part. So because we will use the API for updating some part of our users, so we need to go to machine-to-machine application. We click on authorize, and we will need to add some authorization. Here would be read client grants, delete, update, read, update, delete, create, update, and this one. Let's click on update, and that's good. Then we will go to user management, and we are going to add, so let's delete this and this. Let's create role, and we have role landlord. And role tenant. Now we can go to the branding part. Let's put the Airbnb logo. Let's put the color code. Let's do a quick save. Then we are going to go to customization. So the border here will be 8. Let's go then to widgets. So the logo 8 is good. And for the page background, we are good. Let's go now to action menu on flows, on login, custom, create action. So it would be add default role, create. And here what we will do, so here we will do two things. We will inject inside the token the role who are present inside our users. And we will also add a default role if the user just register. We are going to start by creating a new variable namespace equals https www.codecake.fr. We will then add a if with event.authorization and event.authorization.roles and event.authorization.role.length superior to 0. This one is if the user has already a role. In that case, we are going to inject in the token, so here the namespace /role and event.authorization.role. And we will put it as well inside the access token, authorization.role. Now we can have return. And if that's not the case, then we will create a management client with the Auth0 libraries. We will create another object that will allow us to make the API call with domain, event.secret.domain. We will create it just after. Client ID event secrets.client-id and client secret event.secrets.client-secrets, like this. Then we are going to create another variable with id and event.user.user id and some data. And here we will need the role ID that we created just before. So I'm going to duplicate this one, going to user management role, take this ID here and paste it here like this. Then we are going to try await management-user.user assign role with params and data. Then I will call the user.get roles with params as well, and I will do the same as here, except that this time it would be role name, and I forgot to create this one. Role name calls role data dot map role dot name, and now we'll have the role name like this. So let's add the catch here like this. Let's format it. Let's deploy first. It's saved. Let's now add some dependency. Dependency would be auth0, and the secrets would be domain. The domain will be this one. My client ID is going to be this. And my client secret will be this one. All right, so now I can deploy, and we will see a bit later there is a typo here. That's management client, and here it's management client as well. Okay, now we can add it to our flow. Like this, it would be activate every time a user is trying to log in. So now our tenant is ready. So let's just come back to application here, because we will need this, and let's open application.yaml. Let's uncomment this, and let's inject the environment variable. So here it's going to be auth 0 client ID, like this, and auth 0 client secret. We also need the ID of the landlord role. So let's go to user management, role landlord, and let's copy paste this one. Let's now try to launch our service. So I need to launch Docker. Okay, and here I didn't change it because it was already good for me, but you also need to here go to application and change the domain name depending on yours. Now let's create two classes, security utils and security configuration, which will help us to configure Spring security. So let's go to infrastructure.config. Let's create a new Java class that we'll call security utils. Let's create some static variable for our role. So it will be string role tenant, and the same for role landlord. Let's create another like static variable that will be the claim namespace, which will be https://gate.f4/role. And let's create our first method that will return a user, and this one will map the attribute that come from the GWT from auth0, the object user that we have in our application. So map auth2 attribute to users. So the parameter will be a map of string object like this. It would be attributes, and we will create a new users. Let's create a variable sub string dot value of like this. Let's create a username equals null. Then if attribute dot get referred username is different from null, then let's not do two strings, but let's cast it to string, and let's add this and like this. Then if the attributes that get, so here I will just copy paste this, it would be faster. It's family name and same family name. Just this one is user.set last name, and we are going to set it like this. Here we need to check if we have a given name. Then in that case, we are going to like do a set on user first name. This one will be the given name. And if not, we can still have the given name. It can be on the nickname as well. And this one, so I put lowercase everywhere, but that's not necessary here. Then let's continue with email. So if email, we are going to do like set email with the get attribute email. And if we don't have it in this, it will be maybe here because it can contain this character. And we need to do something like username. And if the username contain an @ in that case, the set email will be the users. And if it's still not the case, the set email will be the sub. Then last one, it would be the picture. Here, the picture will be the set image URL, and here it will be picture. All right, and the most complicated, that will be the mapping of each role. So we'll have to get the claim namespace. So if it's like different from null, then we are going to create a list of string with, so let's import this. So the name will be authorities like this. We will create a set of authority like this, authorities, and we will do a authorities, because this one is authorities row dot stream. We will do a map, and inside the map we will create the authority object like this. We will do a auth set name authority, and we will return the object. Then we will do a collector dot toSets and a user dot set authorities to authorities like this, and then we can return the users. All right, very good. So this method was a bit boring, but we still need to do it. So let's create our next method. It would be another static method that would return a simple granted authorities. And so the name would not be this, but it would be extract authority from claim, and we'll have as a parameter the same map string object. This one will return a method that we didn't wrote yet, so we need to do this now. So it will be a private static list of simple granted authority like this. So map role to granted authorities, but it would be a collection of role, and we will return it by doing role.stream.filter. So role.start with. Oh, I think there is an issue here. Yes, I don't have the correct import. Here I made a mistake. It's collection of string. That's why. So it's start with role. And this one we are going to map to a simple granted authority, and with new directly, and we'll call toList. We can just like call here map role to granted authorities, but we still need to have another method here, which will be the private static collection string and the get role from claim that will return a list of string and a claim.get claim namespace. And like this now I can do a get role from claim, and I can pass the claim like this. Okay, so we are almost done. We just have to write two other methods. So public static method, static boolean. This one will be called has current user any of authorities. So with the parameter authorities like this, and this method basically will help us to test if a connected user has authority that has been passed in parameter. So we are going to have an authentication object that we will take this object from the security context. So let's import this, the security context holder. So we'll do get context dot get authentication. We are going to return an authentication different from null and get authorities. So we need to write this last method. So get authorities authentication. And so let's write it now. So it will be a private static that will return a stream of string. It will be named get authorities with as parameter authentication. So authentication is the object that holds the data of the user when he's connected. So it would be collection that extends granted authority, so authorities, and would be authentication, stands of GWT authentication, GWT authentication. Let's go on another line. We will do an extract authority from claim from the GWT authentication. So it's a token here. So we're going to do get token and get claim. And if not, then we'll just return authentication.get authorities like this. And we are going to return authorities.stream.map, and we will map granted authority and get authority. Let's import this. All right, now we can continue with this method with AnyMatch, and let's code the AnyMatch function that will have an array as list of authorities. So if this authorities is contained, then the user has the right role. All right, great job. We have finished with the security utils. That basically is a boilerplate. So I know this method was a bit hard to make because for now it seems that it's very abstract, but we'll need this class for the future. Now let's create our security configuration class. So this configuration class will be used by Spring Security to configure the security of the web app. So we will need a method that will create a security filter chain. This method, we will name it configure, and in parameter, it will take HTTP security. On top of this, it's a bin. We are going by create a CSRF token attribute, no, request attribute handler like this. This request handler will have an attribute name null. We will use this handler after, but what you need to know is that we are using this to initialize the CSRF token and to make it work with our frontend. So we'll have a HTTP authorize HTTP request authorize and authorize dot any request authenticated. So for now, we will just enforce the fact that all requests should be authenticated. But after this, once we will create some endpoints, should be public. So then we will have CSRF dot CSRF token repository, key CSRF token repository with HTTP only false, and inside this we'll have a CSRF token request handler, and we will give the object that we created first. Then we will have OAuth2 login with the customizer with default. We will have a OAuth2 resource server with the OAuth2 object and OAuth2.gwt with the customizer with default, and the same for the OAuth2 client. Like this, we will return http.build. Then we will need another bin, which is a granted authorities mapper. We will name it user authorities mapper. We create a bin and we will return authorities, so a set of granted authorities and a authorities for each if authority instance of OE this user authority, so it would be granted authority at all, and we will use the security utils extract from claim or OIDC user authority dot get user info get claim. Like this here we will return mapped granted authorities. So we need this bin because when the user logged in, we need to pass to Spring Security the role that the user has. So we are extracting from the JWT and we put it inside Spring Security. Like this, when later we'll use the method annotation to check if a user has a specific role, Spring Security will be able to know. All right, so now the security is configured properly in our application. Now what we want is to be able to fetch the user data as well as syncing with Auth0 the data from our user. So first, we are going to go in the user package. We'll create a new application package, DTO. Inside this, we are going to create a record with the name read user DTO. This DTO will have a UUID public ID, a string first name, a string last name, a string email, a string image URL, and a set of string authorities. Now that we have this, we are going to create our user service with that service. Inside this one, we need a first constant updated at key, which will be updated at. We will need the user repository and we will need the user mapper as well. We are going to add some method here to map our user. So we need to return read user DTO. So it will be read user DTO to user. And it will take as parameter users. like this. We also need a default method to map our authorities, like this, and I will just return authority.getName. Now let's write the service. So first method, we will need a method that will return a read user DTO, and this method will have the responsibility to get the authenticated user from Spring Security. So we'll have an auth2 user with the name principal that will be casted at auth2 users, and this object is located in security context holder dot context dot get authentication dot get principal. Then we will use our security utils method that we created earlier to map this principal dot get attribute to a user. Then, because we want to make sure that we have all the fields in users and not only the ones who are present in the GWT token, we need to query the database. So we'll do a get by email with the users that we have just created, and then we will do or else throw here. Now let's create this method. This method will return an optional of read user DTO, and it will be by email with import optional, and we will use the repository and we will do a find one by email. Like this, we will introduce the variable here and we will return one by email dot map, and we will use the mapper like this. So let's put that here, and let's not forget d equals. This method is transactional and it's not private, and it's read-only. And this method needs the transactional as well. Now we will need to write a method that will help us sync with Auth0. This method, we will call it sync with IDP, and will take as parameter an Auth2 users and a boolean with false resync. We will use the get attribute map here. We will then map those attributes with the security utils method that we created before, and we will also use the repository with the find by email. Like this, we have the existing users, because the idea will be to compare and to check if we need to update the user or create it. So if the user exists and if the attribute .get updated key is different from null, then we can do existing user or else throw dot last modified date. We will need an IDP modified date, and if attribute instance of instant, then the IDP modified date equals instant, and else if not, then it equals instant dot of epoch second and integer attribute dot get updated at key. Like this, now we can compare the two dates, or we force the resync, then we can update our users. So we'll create a method just after. If the existing user is not present, then it means that the user is not present in the database. So we need to create it. So we'll do save and flush. All right, let's create this method. Let's here find one by email, user.getEmail. And if the user is present, then so let's call it user to update. Then we can do user to update.get. Then we will do user to update.set email, and we will do the same for all the field, like this. And then we will do a user repository.save and flush user to update. And last method that we need, the get by public ID. So let's write this method. It will take an optional of read user DTO. The name will be get by public ID. You will take a UUID named public ID. We'll call the user repository, find one by public ID with the public ID here. Let's create the variable and let's return this with the mapper, and we are good to go for our service. I just made one small mistake here. We need to move this class into here first. We will need a user exception to handle error. So it would be a runtime exception with a constructor with message like this. It's just a simple exception like this. Now that we have our service, we are going to create the endpoint that will be consumed by our frontend. So let's go to new. Let's create a package presentation. Let's create a new Java class of resource. Let's annotate this class REST controller at request mapping. So it will be /API/auth. We will need the user service like this, and we will need the client registration for the logout. Let's create the constructor. So here the constructor is a bit different. It will be the repository, and this one is okay. Our first endpoint will return a response entity of read user DTO, and the method will be get authenticated users. With the parameter with authentication principle that will inject directly the connected user, and we will have a request param to know if we need to force the resync of the data of our users. So first, if the user is null, then there is an issue. So we will just return an error. Okay, it doesn't complete like this. So it's HTTP status like this. Then we will call the user service, and we will call the method sync with the users and the boolean. We will then get the authenticated user and we will send it back. So let's rename this connected user, and we are good to go. Now let's write the logout part. Oh, we just forgot here the get mapping part. It would be /get authenticated -user. For the logout, we will send back a response entity of map of string like this. So it would be logout, and as parameter there will be HTTP servlet request like this. We will have the registration get provider, get issuer URI. Let's create the variable like this. Then we will have the request.get header, and we will extract the origin value. That will be the origin URL. Then we will have an array of objects like this. That will be issuer URI, registration.get client ID, and origin URL. Then we will have the logout URL with the message format, and this one will be as the following. So 0 v2 /logout client ID, and then it will be end return to, and then it will be just not this but params. Then we will call the request get session dot invalidate, and we will return response entity okay, but here we will do like body map dot of logout URL and logout URL like this. Let's get back now to our front end, and let's implement the security feature as well as the login and the feature of getting back the user information once they are connected. First, we'll need to configure the proxy to be able to communicate with our backend. So let's create a new file here that we will call proxy.conf.mgs. Let's write export default like this. Context with an array. It will be API auth the auth2, so /login/assets. Let's put a target attribute, which will be our backend, and secure true. Now let's add it to the angular.json. Let's find serve, and it will be here. Option build target, so it would be NB like this, and the proxy config will be proxy.conf.ngs. All right, now let's open a terminal and let's add the environment file with this command. So it's ng generates environments like this. Now let's open those files. Let's put the API URL, which will be like this. So it will be 80. No, it will be like this, and it will be the same for this one. Now let's create a new folder that we will call core, and let's generate a new service called auth like this. Inside this, we will create first a model directory where we are going to create our user model. So we'll do export interface user with first name as string, last name as string as well, email, image URL, and authorities like this. Now that we have our model, let's write our own service. So for this, we will need the HTTP client that we need as well to provide here, provide HTTP client. We will need the location service, and we will need an attribute to put the state when the user is not connected. This one we don't need, and we will create a first signal here, which will be a writable signal of state of users. So these states, we need to create it as well. So we are not going to write it like entirely. You can find it in the description as well. I will put it there. Or you can go to the GitHub repository and go to src app core model state.model.ts. So I will create it like this, and I will just copy paste this file. So it will be model, and what's the object is doing? I'm wrapping the response of the API, and I'm using it to propagate the data that is coming from the API to the component. Like this, the component doesn't have access to the HTTP layer. And there is the builder that helps you to manage here what kind of response you had from the API. So now I can import this and I can continue here. So it's a signal. Let's go here. It's a signal with a state dot builder of type user for success here, and it's email. This dot not connected. It's because we need to put the optional field here. It's better. And we will have our signal fetch user, so the public one, which will be computed, and like this we'll have the fetch users. Now we can write the method to fetch our users. So this method will take a boolean as parameter, will return void, and we will do a fetch HTTP user force resync. So here let's create this one, so fetch HTTP users. It will return an observable of user, and it will return an http.get of users of environment.api url.auth.get authenticated dash user. So we have option here param that we need to create, which will be http params.set. There will be force resync, and we will create here a variable params like this. Then we can come back to our method and implement the subscribe now. So let's first implement the next case. So it's like this, user, this will be fetch user.set state builder of users for success. And then the error case will be error, and here if error dot status, so it will be more like http statucode dot unauthorized, and he's not, and he's authenticated, then it means that the user needs to reconnect, and so the state like this. And if that's not the case, then that's an error, and we need to call for error and pass the error object like this. So we need to create the is authenticated method that will send, it will return a boolean. So if this dot fetch users dot value, then we return this dot fetch users dot value dot email, and we will return if it's different from not connected. And then if the user is not present, then we just return false. Okay, now we corrected this. Now let's implement login. So login will be very simple. we just do a location.href and we do location.origin. Then we do a location.prepare. Oh, I forgot to put this here. No, the first one has this, not the second one, this one, and it's auth to /authorization /octa. And that's all. For the logout, we will need to make an HTTP post call. So the address will be API URL auth logout with an empty body, and we will have to implement the next, which will be simple. It will be response, and we will just notify the fetch user signal. We will do a set, and we will just put here, I will just copy paste it. Here we will put the state back to not connected, and we will do a location.href equals response.logout URL. So here we just need to do this. Last one, we will need to have the same kind as we have on the security utils. We need to know if the user has any authority. So we will need to have an authority parameter as string or just a single string, and we will return a boolean. And so if this .fetch user.value.email equals not connected, then we return right away false. If the is array of authorities, then we do a authorities equals authorities, and we return this .fetch user.value.authorities some authorities .string, and authorities include here authority. Like this, we can check if the authorities inside the user is containing the authorities that we passed on parameter. Let's now create an interceptor that will be able to detect if we lost the session on the front-end side, and that we can redirect the user to the login page automatically. So let's go back to core, and we will create a directory named auth because we didn't do it since then. Let's put that here, and let's create a new TypeScript file named auth expired.interceptor. We are going to do like export const auth expired interceptor, exactly, except that it's a function here, and this function will take request as HTTP will be unknown, and next there will be the HTTP handler function, like this. This is a narrow function, so let's then do a const auth service. Let's inject it because we will need it, auth service, and we return next request.pipe here, and we will do a tap with error. So if the observable is in error state, then we'll have a parameter HTTP error response, and inside this we will do an error.status. So if it's 401, and if it's the URL exists, and if the URL includes API/auth, and if auth service that is authenticated, then let's do auth service.login. That's it. Let's add our auth interceptor inside the HTTP client. So we'll need to do with interceptors like this, auth expired, and as well we will put with XSRF configuration, and with the cookie name that would be XSRF token, and header name here XSRF token. So this is one of the names that Spring Security will inject inside the request. So that's why this name should be in sync with our backend. Let's now open our navbar. Let's inject our auth service. Let's create and let's call first the fetch information service because we'll need it. So let's create here our constructor. Inside this, let's put an effect, and we'll take like if auth service dot fetch users dot status equals okay. Then we will do an auth service dot fetch users dot value like this. That would be these connected users. So we need to create this field that would be as of type users, and that need to be initialized by default like this. And we will need as well to initialize the menu because it depends on if the user is connected or no. So we will initialize it like this, and we will remove for now here, and we don't need as well the test for the toast service. We are going to refactor a bit the fetch menu because now we can do like if this auth service that is authenticated, then we are going to return. So this one will be for the else case. And for this one, we will create, so it will be label my properties. The router link would be landlord properties, and the visibility will be this has to be landlord. We are going to create it after. Then we will have another entry in the menu, which will be my booking. So it will be landlord. This one will just be booking and no need, can be accessed by everyone. Then it will be my reservation. This one won't be only for landlords, and there will be here log out with the command like this is dot. Oh yes, because we commented it. So we need to uncomment this one. Let's create the has to be landlord method that will return a boolean, and that will return this auth service dot as any authority, and it needs to have role landlord like this. Let's now add here the command, the two commands that we need to authenticate our user. Command this dot login, and here the same this dot login. All right. Now that we have that, we can like launch our backend and our front end as well. So let's do this. Let's check that everything is in order. So we have an issue with the map. So here there is a mistake. We should remove dependency here. Yes, that's good now. So that was the mistake. Now let's go back to our front end. So we have an issue with this. All right, let's try to log in. So here, let's go back to the proxy.conf.mjs. We have a typo here. So let's reboot our server. Let's try again. That's better. We have another typo here, which is in the backend. In security-utils.java, we have made a typo here because the claim namespace need to be the same as the one that we put in the action in auth0. So it's www dot. So let's restart our backend because the too many redirect that we had here is caused by a null pointer exception on this side. And the null pointer exception was on this method, while when we try to get the list of the string by key inside the claim map. So now let's try again. So you can see that it's working because we are connected, but we don't have here the avatar, but because we don't have implemented that yet. So let's go back to our navbar. Here in the navbar side, we need to pass the connected user dot image URL. So just this one, we need to make it public. And also here we need to add an if. So if is authenticated, then we can display this link. Let's try again. You can see that here I have now my URL like this. Let's try logout. It seems that logout has an issue as well. So let's see. So let's come back to our backend. Let's make some space here. Let's go to auth resource. And that's of course because here we need to have a post mapping with a /logout. Let's try again. Let's try to log out, and now it's working. Nice. So I realized that the first login shouldn't work but it works because my user was already created inside the database. So that's not good. So what we can notice is that our login is broken, meaning that here we have an exception. And the exception comes from that the fact that the public ID inside the user is null, as you can see here. So there is another typo in user.java where we should add here an auto-generated UUID. Okay, so let's do this and let's restart our backend. Let's refresh and let's log in once again. And yay, it's working and we have the nice role. Let's just check inside the DB to make sure that everything is okay. So we can see that here we have the users, and we can also check here that the role have been associated successfully, like the default role. So it means that the action that we put it in @0 worked. So now you can see that there is only my booking is because there is the role like landlord that is not activated yet. So it means that we successfully managed to authenticate our users, handle the sign up as well because it's managed by @0, and we also have a nice authorization system. Good job. All right, let's implement our first feature, which means the creation of listing for our landlords. First, what we are going to do is to create our object. So let's open listing. Let's create a new package, and this package will be application.dto. Inside this one, we are going to have like two different packages. We will have sub and we will have value object. So let's first create our value object because we have a lot. So first we have a bath value object, and this one has a not null value with message bath value must be present, and that's a int value. I'm going to copy paste this because all of this will be very similar. So we have as well a bedrooms value object. So let's rename this file. Now we have beds. Sorry, beds value object. Now description. Guest. Price. And title. So let's correct this, guest, price, and title. Now we are going to need some DTO that will be used by other DTO. So we have the description DTO that is a record as well, and that will be not null, and we'll have a title value object as title, and a description value object as well. It's good. Then we have another record of landlord listing DTO. This one has not null string first name and not null string image URL. Like this. We have a listing info DTO where we have at not null. Let's go to this, and that is valid. And we have a guest value object with a name guest. We have here, let's copy this because it will be the same. So we will have bedrooms value object like this. We will have beds value object, and we will have bath value object as well, like this. Last one, the picture DTO, where we have a at not null byte array with some file that with the name file at not null, which is a string, and the file content type, and a boolean is cover. Right, now that we have our strip DTO, let's create the main one. So the main one will be named, it will be save listing DTO, and this time it would be a class. So we'll have an at not null booking category with the name category. We'll have a string location. We will have at not null and at valid a listing info DTO info. Same here, we will have not null and valid description DTO with the name description, and at not null and at valid price value object, and a not null list of picture DTO picture, like this. I just forgot here that I should implement equals and to avoid this, and as well as toString to avoid that the byte array will be used as equality, because it doesn't make sense and it can lead to performance issue. So let's go back to the save listing DTO and let's create our getters and setters, and that's it. So now that we have our object to enter and to return some values, now we need to add some method inside our mapper. Let's add a method on the mapper where we map a save listing DTO to a listing DTO. So like this, it will be save listing DTO to listing, and it will take as parameter a save listing DTO. So we'll have quite many mapping to make because that's a big object. So the first one will be target landlord public ID, we will ignore. Then it will be the public ID, we will ignore as well. The last modified date, we will ignore. All of these fields, we don't want them to be mapped because that's part of the database and it's handled by it. So create date, we have picture as well. Then we will have source here, and this one will be title, and the source will be description dot title dot value. Then it will be description, and then here it's like description here. Then it would be bedrooms, and here would be info dot beds bedrooms dot value. Then guests info dot guests dot value. Then booking category to category. Then we have beds, and we have bathroom, and we have price, which will be price dot value. All right, okay. And then we need for our returned object from the backend, so it would be a created listing DTO that we forgot to create. So let's create it now. So record and created listing DTO. And there is just one field, which is a public ID, right? So we have this one. It would be listing to display. It would be listing to created listing DTO, and it will take a listing entity. Like this, we have the two mapper that we need. Now, before we implement our actual service, we will need to go back to user and to create an auth0 service. We need to create a service like this because we will need to grant role landlord to the user that are posting a new house. So the service, for the service, we will need the client ID with a value that will be auth, this one. We will need the client secret, like this. We will need domain. There would be the issuer, and we will need the role landlord ID, like this. First, we will need a private method to get an access token from the auth0 API. This one will throw an auth0 exception. We need to, of course, import the auth0 library. So let's go to the pom.xml and let's add this dependency. Let's add this new, it's com.auth0, like this. Let's go back, let's update, let's import auth0 exception. Let's write, so we need the auth API that is equal to yes dot new builder and like this, except that there is no new .build. Then we need a token request of API.request token with the domain plus API/v2/. Then we will have a token holder that will be equals to token request dot execute dot get body, and we are going to return holder dot get access token. Second method that we will need to have something that is able to assign a role by ID, to a user. So we will need an access token, we will need an email, we will need a UU public ID, and we will need the role ID to add, and this one will throw as well the @0 exception. Then we will call the management API. It would be management API.newBuilder. It's the domain, and we'll need the access token as well, and we can make build after this. We will need the management API. We'll do a users.list by email. We'll pass the email variable and fields filter empty. We will execute this, and then so we will need this one. Then we will do a of 0 user by email. Then we'll have of user by email dot get body dot stream dot find first dot or else throw. And if it doesn't work, then we are going to throw a new user exception. Let's go here and let's do a string dot format cannot find user with email. Let's put the public ID, it will be better. And if that's okay, meaning that we have a user, then we can do a management.role.assign user, so the role ID to add the list of users. So it would be just users.getID, and we just execute this, and it would be okay. Now we just need to put in place these two methods. So we will do a public void add landlord role to user. The DTO will be the read user DTO, and we will do a user.authorities.stream.nonmatch, and we will check that the user has not the role already. So role.equals securityutils.role landlord. So this one is a if, and now we have a try with a catch here for @0 exception, and here it's simple. We will have an access token with the get access token method, and then we just call assign by role ID. We'll pass the access token, the read user DTO email, the read user DTO public ID, and the role landlord ID that we want to add. Last things, we will throw, if something happens, we'll throw a new user exception, and we will do a string.format like not possible to assign this role to this user. So it will be role like this and public read user DTO dot public ID. All right, we have that covered. So great. Now we can communicate with the @0 API. So let's go back to our listing domain and let's create landlord service. Let's annotate it at service. Let's instantiate or inject the different attribute and service that we need. So we need the listing repository. We will need the listing mapper. We will need as well the user service, and we will need the auth0 service. Let's add final here, and let's add the constructor like this. Let's write now our create method. So the method will return create listing DTO. The name of the method, of course, is create, and we'll have the save listing DTO. Save listing DTO as parameter. Now we are directly going to call the mapper with the save listing DTO to listing to directly have an entity like this. Let's introduce a new variable. Let's call it new listing for better understanding. Let's then call the user service, and let's fetch the right information of the user that is connected like this. Then we will put inside the new listing, we'll put the landlord public ID like this. We will then use the repository to save and flush the new listing like this. We will do like saved listing. Now we just forgot that we need to save as well the picture. So let's create here. I'm just going to move because I have created the class in the wrong package. So let's move it here, and let's create the picture service as well. So let's initialize the service here. For this, we will need the listing picture repository, and we will need as well the listing picture mapper. Let's initialize the constructor like this, and let's write the save all method to make sure we save all the picture that is attached to the listing. So we'll do save all. That will take as parameter a picture DTO, and we also need the listing. So inside, we will need to call the mapper with the picture. So this one, we need to create it, DTO to listing picture that will take picture as parameter. So let's go directly to the mapper. Let's write, so it's a set of listing picture DTO to listing picture and list of picture DTO as parameter. Like this, we have to put some annotation to handle the mapping a bit. So the target will be the listing ID, and we need to ignore it. And we are going to do the same for the listing because we don't want to map this. We are going to need as well another mapper that will do the opposite. So it will be listing picture to picture DTO, and that will take as parameter some listing pictures like this. All right, so for now we are covered. Let's come back to the picture service. Let's then initialize a boolean because we need to know which picture is the cover. And let's iterate. So list picture, listing picture, and listing, no, it's picture directly. No, it's not this. I need to do this, and then it's this one. And so we're just going to take the first one, and the first one is the cover. So let's do listing picture dot set listing anyway, and is first is equal to false. Now, then we are going to call the repository. We will do a save all, and we will save all the lists at once. Then we are going to map back and to do like a listing picture mapper, listing picture to picture DTO, and we are going to do like dot stream dot to list. Like this, we will save all our picture. Now we can come back. We can here inject the picture service like this. Let's call this one, so save all, and we just do a save listing get picture, and we also like pass as parameter the save listing. Let's now call the auth0 service, and let's add the role to the user by passing user connected, and let's return with the mapper the created listing DTO to the resources. All right, we have everything we need. Now we can create the resources. So let's create the package. It will be the presentation package, and let's create the landlord resources. Let's annotate it with REST controller, request mapping with API/landlord listing. So let's inject the landlord service. We need as well the validator. We need the user service, and we need the object mapper. Like this, let's create a constructor, and let's create the endpoint. So it will be public response entity of created listing DTO. The name will be create, and as parameter, it will take a multi-part HTTP servlet request that we will call it request, and we will have a request part with the name as DTO, and it will be string of save listing DTO string. This one can throw IO exception, and we will extract all the file with a file map by values, and we will stream it, and we will map like with a function that we will be called map multi-part file to picture DTO, and then this will do a toList like this. So let's create this method. So it will be a private static function with multi-part file. Yes, like this, except that it will be a picture DTO. This one will return a multi-part file. We will try to return a new picture DTO with the multi-part file dot get byte and multi-part file dot get content type. Also, we will put false as is cover. Here we will need to catch like the IO exception, and we will throw a new user exception with a string dot format cannot pass multi-part file like this. So I think we have a typo, so let's do this. Right, let's introduce a new variable. Now let's serialize with the object mapper, deserialize our DTO. So it's read value like this. We introduce the DTO to save, and we will do a save listing.dto.set picture, and we will put the list like this. Now we are going to make sure that the DTO is valid, and for this we will validate it with the validator like this. Saving, so it's more like violations. And so if it's not empty, then we will have a violation.stream.map. It will be violation property pass plus violation.getMessage. On this, we will do a collect and collector.joining. We will join all the validation issue. This one is without an S, and here, because this one was wrong. Here we are creating now, so the violation joined. We will now generate a problem detail to send back to the front. For status, we will make a http status.pat request with the violation joined like this, and we will just make a return of response entity of problem detail dot build. If there is no violation, meaning that this DTO is okay, we are going to do this and call the service. Like this, we are good. So let's build it and see. So there is a bit of issue. So I think I put infos, I guess. So let's make sure everything is generated correctly. Let's remove target. Yes, here we forgot some stuff. So here we need to have as well the picture DTO, and we need to add this, and to do the mapping and to explain to MapStruct how to map the is cover, so the source cover like this. And we also need a default method that will return a picture DTO to extract the cover. So extract cover, and it will take the set of listing pictures, and it will return a picture.stream.findFirst.map with the convert to picture DTO or else throw. And this one needs to be named with extract dash cover. So it's better, but now we still have the issue for this one. So we had some complaint about MapStruct that was not able to map some object, and the object was the listing picture and the picture DTO. So basically there was a small mistake in the mapping side. So what we need to do here is like to suppress and to delete all the mapping annotation on this mapper, and we need here to map correctly all the field between listing picture and picture DTO. So the idea is just that here MapStruct can recognize that there is a list and that he needs to transform it as a set, and he will use this one on his side to map the objects that are present in this list. So you need to follow this, and like this we are good to go and we don't have the warning anymore. Let's now go back to our front end and let's implement the creation of the listing for our landlord. So first, let's create a new folder named landlord, and let's create a subfolder named model. Inside this one, we are going to put a first model named listing-vo.model, where we are going to create our value object. So let's start to write this one. So the first one will be guest value object with a value of type number. Let's create the bedrooms value object, beds value object, baths, title, description, and price. Now let's create the next model, which will be listing. And here it will be the main one. So let's export interface and let's name it new listing info. So the first one will be guest, which will be a guest value object, bedrooms with the bedrooms value object. Here I made a typo, so let's correct it. Beds value object, and baths value object. Then we are going to have the new listing, which will be the main object that we will use to create our listing. So the first field will be category. It will be a category name. Then we will have a location, some info with the new listing info, some pictures that will be array of new listing picture, description that will be as of type description that we need to create, and price that will be price value object. Let's create the picture model in a separate model. So here, like picture.model will be an interface new listing picture with a file and an URL display. This one now we can import it, and then let's create the description. This description will have a title with a title value object and a description like this. We are also going to create the created listing object interface. So let's create it this way, created listing, and let's add the public ID attribute to it. All right, now let's open a new terminal and let's create a service for our landlord. So with nggs landlord/landlord listing like this. Now let's implement this service. We will first need the HTTP client. So let's inject it like this. We are going to create some signal. So the first one will be private. It will be a writable signal of state of created listing. So it will be equals signal of state builder created listing for init, and the other one, the public one, which will be the create signal that will be computed from the one above. This dot create like this. Now let's create our method. So it will be create that will take a new listing as parameter. We forgot here to put n uppercase. So new listing that will return void. We will create a form data that will hold our new listing information as a multi-part request. So it will be form data. We will create a for loop to iterate over the picture. So equals 0 new listing dot picture dot length like this. We will append with the form data dot append with the key picture dash plus e, and we will put the picture by the index, the content of the picture. Then we are going to clone the TTO with a structured clone. We are going to empty the array and we are going to serialize. So let's put the key DTO and we are going to transform the clone into a JSON string. Like this, we avoid that the picture are getting serialized with this because we don't want that, because we are already putting all the picture there. Now we can create the HTTP call. So it will be a created listing with environment.api underscore URL slash landlord dash listing slash create. Let's go on another line. Let's put the form data and let's subscribe. Let's handle next. So it would be a listing and we will call and the method set of the create signal. So it will not be for init, but for success. And let's pass as parameter listing. Now for error, let's handle this and it will be like this. All right, we are good for the creation of the listing. Now let's create another method that will be useful for us later, that will reset the state of the signal for us. So let's create this and set and state builder for it. Let's now implement our different component for the creating listing feature. So first, we are going to create a properties create component with njjc landlord slash property create like this. Then let's inside this one, create a model that will allow us to handle steps for our different creation step. So it will be an interface with the name step. You will have an ID next of the next step. It can be null, a previous ID, and if this step is valid or not. Now let's create our first step component that will be the category step. So in the properties, no, it would be, sorry, landlord, like this, and category step. Okay, a small mistake here. So let's refactor that way. Let's delete this one, and we are good. Okay, now that we have these two, we are going to plug this component in a pop-up, and the pop-up will be opened by the navbar. So let's go to our navbar component. Let's inject the dialog service like this. We will need a ref, dynamic dialog ref, that can be undefined, and let's implement a open new listing method that will open the pop-up with our newly created component. So it will be this ref equals this dot dialog service dot open with the name of our component and some config option. So the width will be of 60%. The header will be Airbnb your home. It will be closable. We will need to have the focus on show. It will be a model, and we will show the header as well. All right, let's now go to the template here, and let's bind the click to the new method that we just created. Now let's run our server and let's check that the pop-up is opening successfully. Okay, so we have the property create works, so it means that everything is working as expected. Let's now go back to our front end and let's start to place our category component inside the property create component. So we will need a category constant, a location constant, info as well, photos, description, and price. So this will be our step. We will need as well the dialog dynamic ref. So let's inject it. We will need our listing service. We will need the toast service as well, the user service, or it's the auth service, and the route that we can inject and import it like this. Let's create our array of steps like this. So with the ID this dot category, the ID next will be the location. These steps has no previous one because it's the first, so it would be null. And for now, the validity is false. Oh, okay, so I don't have the right steps. Because it's step, that's better. Let's copy paste this one. So the next is location. The next after location is info, and the previous is category. Then the next one is info, the next after info is photos, and the previous is location. After info, we have photos. After photos, we have description, and before photos, we have info. After photo, we have description. After description, we have price. And before description, we have photo. Last one, it's price. There is no next because it's the last one, and the previous is description. We need to know what the current step is. So let's initialize this one to step 0. And we will need as well an empty object. Initialize a new listing empty object initialize with default value. So the default value will be a category, like let's say the first category, some info, like guests with value 0. So we'll have 4 like this. They will have bedrooms, beds, and bath. We'll have as well location, that will be empty for now, and picture, that will be a new array of new listing picture. We will have some description. There will be an object with a title. There will be as well with value and with empty for now, with a description that will have a value as well. So the value, I think that there is something here that is not right. Yes, because title is a string and description as well. All right, so we are good for this. What's wrong with picture? It's because there is an S that is missing. And yes, property price is missing as well. Let's have value like this. We are going to need to know if the creation is in progress. So let's create a loading creation equals false for now. Let's then listen to the creation signal. So let's put effect like this, and let's extract the value inside the signal. So let's introduce a new variable. Let's check the status. And let's create a method in case it's okay, like this. And let's create a method for the error case. So the onCreateOK method will take a created listing state. It would be like this. We will put the boolean to false. Then we'll call the toast service. So severity will be success, summary would be success, and the detail will be listing created successfully. We'll then close the pop-up and we'll pass the public ID as value like this. Then we will need to refresh with the user service. We'll need to fetch again with a force resync because we added a role. Then let's implement the onCreate error. Same, we will put the boolean loading to false, and we will just notify the user via the toast service. This time it would be error, and couldn't create your listing. Please try again. Like this. We will also need a new effect that we put here because we need to listen to the fetch user signal. So let's create a new method with an effect inside, and let's query this signal. Fetch user with the state, and it should be equals to OK. Let's create an if for this, and we need to add as well here that the listing service creation signal is on status OK as well. We then call the router to navigate, and our user will go to landlord properties. All right, let's here create a constructor, will be empty, and let's call those method with effect inside. Now that we have that, so we need as well to create some method to handle our step. So we'll need a next step method that will check if the current step has a next step. And if it's the case, we are going to switch the current steps by filtering and to search for the next step by ID. And we will take the first one. We will also need to have previous step to handle the back button. So it will be very similar. We just switch ID previous, and it will be as well ID previous here. Then let's add a method to validate, to make sure that all the steps are in valid state. So we will return a this step.filter step.isValid, and the length should be the length of the entire array. Let's now handle the first category step, and when a category change, we will need to react, and no, it's void, and we will just need to link the new list category with the new category object that is coming from the component. Let's go to the template. Now let's remove all the content. Let's create a first div. Let's create a switch with the current step ID. Let's create a case for category, and let's put our category step component. We will need here the category name. It will be the new listing dot category. We will need to listen as well to the category change and call the on category change with the $event like this. And we will need as well to listen to step validity change on validity change with event like this. So we need here to create first the method here, and we will put like the current step that is valid. Like this we can know if the current step is valid or no. And now let's go to the component category step component yes. Let's create those inputs. So it will be category name, that will be a required input, and that will be of type category name. Let's insert this, no option. We will have as well the category change, that will be a new event emitter of type category name. We will need to add as well the @output annotation. We will create as well a step validity change, and this one will be Boolean type. And the same, we'll need the @output. In terms of service, we will need to have the category service. So let's inject it. And we will need to have all the categories present. Like this, let's implement on init. And let's populate our array with the content of the category service. Then we will need, when the user will click on a particular category, we will need to react. So on select category, it would be new category, and it will be of type category name. We will then emit with category change the new category, and we will say that the step validity change is true. Now let's go to the template. Let's create a div with a class categories, flex column, align item center. Let's put H1, which of these best describe your place. Another div with a class flex wrap, align item center, and justify content center. Let's put for here category to display of categories, track category to display dot technical name. If category to display dot technical name is not equals to all, then we can display this card. So let's put a class here of card step 1, cursor pointer, padding 4, margin 2, border round LG large, border 200 over border 800. Flex column, align item start. Let's react and bind the click on select category, and let's pass the technical name as parameter. We also need a class dynamic one when the user has clicked. So it will be category selected, and we'll check the category name signal category to display dot technical name. Inside this div, we'll have a font awesome icon with a class margin bottom 2, and the icon will be the category to display dot icon. The size will be 2x, and we can close this icon. Then the div will have a class font bold, white space, no wrap, and inside this we'll have a category to display and a display name. Now that we have that, let's verify this. Let's check this one. So we have an issue here. Oh, okay. Let's refresh. Let's log in. Let's see. So we have a beginning of stuff, but we miss some CSS. Let's come back. Let's import our variable. So it's not this, it's assets, SCSS, and Airbnb variable. We will need to have a class categories with a card step 1 class with a min width of 160 pixel, a width 20%, and a box shadow of 0.001 pixel with a border color. Then we will need to handle the over, so it will be step 1, over, and as well category selected. We'll have a border color that would be transparent and a box shadow 2 pixel and black. We'll also have a category selected with a background color that will be F7 like this. Let's go back to our UI and you can see now that it's way better. So let's see here. But here we have a small issue because when we click, we see that the selection doesn't stay. We made a small typo here. It's category selected because it needs to be the same on the CSS class. So let's go back. Let's try again. And you can see that now you can select the categories. Very nice. Let's now create the component that will allow us to do next or back at the bottom of the pop-up here. Let's open a terminal and let's create a component and in the shared folder that we call footer-step. Let's open the TS. Let's import the font awesome module. We will need the current step signal as input, and it will be required. So it will be step type. Loading input signal. Is all steps valid? That will be a Boolean signal as well, and a label finished button that will be as well optional, but of type string with an initial value of finish. Then we will need few output, so a finish one that will be a new event emitter of type Boolean, previous that will be same, and next there will be as well Boolean. So all of this needs to have the output annotation. Let's implement a onFinish method. We'll just emit finish emit to true, and we will do the same for all the output below. So let's do on previous this dot previous dot emit and on next, same like this. Let's go now to the template. Let's remove everything and let's create a div with a class placeholder. Let's have a div with a class control flex justify content between padding y 3 and border top 1 padding x 4. If current step dot id previous is different from null, then button class p button link with a click and call on previous. The button will be back, and if there is no previous, then let's put an empty div like this. Let's do the same for next, except that here it will be on next. This one will be next. We will have disable attribute, and it will be current step dot is valid. The dynamic class dot p disabled with the same predict, and the class will be a p button secondary. The id will be next. And as well here we will have another button with a class p-button, flex align item center, ID create listing. With a click on finish, disable is all step valid or loading. And here we will have another div inside the button with a class btn create and with here the label finished button. Let's put the loading state here like this with a font awesome icon, class margin left 2, and with an icon circle notch and with a small animation that spin. All right. Let's now put our footer in our property create component. Let's insert it this way. Footer step, so we need current step equals current step. Then we will have is all step valid equals to is all step valid. Loading, that will be loading creation. Let's bind finish with create listing. Next with next step. Previous with previous step. Let's format a bit. And now let's come back to our browser. Let's check. So we have a small issue because we need some CSS. So let's open the SCSS style sheet. Let's import assets. So it will be assets like this, like this. Let's have a control class with a background color, white, border color, position fixed, bottom 0, width 100%, height 70 pixel, and border radius of 0, 0, dialog border radius, dialog border radius. Let's have as well the placeholder class with a height of 70 pixel. Let's come back. Now it's better. So when we click, we can see that the button was disabled and that we can now click on next. But of course, we don't have a next step, but you can see that it's working. We can have the back button as well. Good job. Let's go to the next step. The next step will be the location. So we will have two parts. We will have an autocomplete drop-down box that will display different country. And when the user will click on one of those countries, we will have a map based on leaflet libraries that will display the selected country. So first, let's create a component with our terminal. This component will be, so let's create it with njgc. So it will be located in landlord / property - create / step / location - step. And the name of the component will be location step. Let's now create a service that we will call the country service in the same folder as the component that we just created. Here we should have done this. So let's refactor and put the category step inside this. Now we need to reimport Let's check that it's still working. Yes, it's still working. Okay, so the first thing that we will do, we will implement the country service. How it will work, we are going to import later on our backend a JSON containing all the world countries. So the country service will just fetch a JSON located in our backend. In order to do that, we will create a model. So it will be the country.model. Because this model is kind of big, you can import it directly from my repo. The link is in the description. So let's do it like this. Once we import this, let's implement our service. First, we will need the HTTP client. Then we will create our private signal to handle the state of the HTTP call. It will be a state of array of country that will be equals to signal of state builder of array of country. And it will be for initialization. Then we will have our public signal that would be derived from the private one. Now we will need to have a observable that we will call a fetch country, and that will be a new observable. The reason why we are doing this, you will see in a minute, but it's because we want to cache the big JSON that I was talking about, and we don't want that every time we access to this service that we call the server and fetch the big JSON. Let's initialize our observable. So we will do an init fetch get all countries. It will return void, and this observable will be equals this.http.get of array of country. The URL will be /assets/countries.json. We'll do a pipe here with a tap, and here we are going to call the set method of the private signal to notify this signal that the data has been fetched successfully. So this one is for success and countries, like this. Then we will put a catch error here with error. We will notify the signal here, and this time it will be for error. Let's pass the error as parameter, and let's return a observable of error. Not error.message, but just observable of. All right, let's call it here in the constructor. And we forgot here to add, of course, the share replay here that will help us to not do the call every time this observable is used. So now we will need just another service, which will be the get country code, get country by code. It will be useful later. So it will take as parameter a code, and it will return a observable of type country. It will return this fetch countries dot pipe, and we will map directly countries, and we will filter countries. So let's import this and do the filter with country, and let's use the field CCA3, which contain the country code. And let's map, because filter send us an array, so we don't want an array, and we just take the first occurrence of this array. All right, so here we have a small typo, so let's put assets, and we are now ready to code our map and the autocomplete dropdown. So we are going to add some new dependency first. So let's open a terminal, and let's do an npm I. It would be at asymmetric /ngx leaflet. We also need leaflet, and we need as well the plugin leaflet geo search. So this is the lib that make leaflet compatible with Angular. It will be faster to integrate it. Leaflet is the actual map library, and this one is a plugin to be able to search through places. And we also need the type to be able to have autocomplete in TypeScript. So it's leaflet like this. Let's install it as dev. So npm add type /leaflet. All right. So let's check that everything is fine. So we have here leaflet and leaflet geo search, and we have, so the type are not here, but the type is here, so that's not good. So let's put that here, and let's redo npm install to make sure everything is fine. Okay, so let's here create a new component. So it would be landlord property step, yes, location step, and it would be location map. Let's first open the TypeScript file. Let's do some little bit of cleanup here. We will need to import the leaflet module. We will need a form module as well, and the autocomplete module from PrimeNG. Let's inject the country service, the toast service. We need an instance of our map that will be of type lmap from leaflet, and this one can be undefined. We will need as well the provider for the location, which will be from OpenStreetMap provider, and that can be as well undefined. Now we will need a location signal input required, because that will be where the parent component, so the location step, will give to this component the user address, if there is any, and we will need as well, because we want to personalize it, an optional input that will be the placeholder inside the autocomplete. As initial value, it will be select your home country. We will need then a current location that will be a country, and that can be as well undefined. Let's create a location change event emitter that will be of type string with a output annotation. Let's have a format label that we will use later for our autocomplete dropdown that will be of type country, and that will concatenate country.flag plus some space plus country.name. Now we will configure our option for the map. So this one will be quite default. I didn't personalize it. So we'll have a tile layer https://s.tile.openstreetmap.org. Yes, that's this one, with some option inside, max zoom 18 and attribution ... We'll have a zoom of 5 and a center lat LNG of 46-87996 and -1726909. We will need then a layer control with a base layer of OpenStreetMap and with a tile layer with the same as the first one and with the same option. Nice. We will have some overlays like this with big circle like 46.95 -122 and with option, with radius of 5000. And another one, big square that will be a polygon of 46.8 -121.55. And this one will be same as of 4. All right, so we have this option. Another attribute that we will need is an array of country that will be empty as the beginning. We will need to have the filtered countries as well for our autocomplete. And that's it for our attribute. In terms of method, we will have an onMap ready. That's when the map will be ready, we'll be notified by calling this method. So we will be able to do this map and to have an instance in this TS file. Then we will do a this.config search control that we need to create now. So let's do this. The config search control will be very easy. We will just do a this.provider equals new OpenStreetMap provider. Now what we will need is a method that will be called onLocationChange, and this one will be called when the user will have clicked on one country. So this one will be new event of type autocomplete select event. So this one are from PrimeNG. What we will do here is that we will do a const new country equals of new event dot value. We'll cast it as country, and we will then emit on the output to the component, to the location step component. Then we'll do a new country dot cca3 because we just send the country code, not the whole object. What will happen there is that the signal that will be here will be notified. So what we want now is that when we receive a new location, we want to react and to change the location that is displayed on the map. So let's do this by implementing a listener. So let's do a listen to location with effect. Let's create a const from countries state that will be country, that will be as of country service dot countries. And so if the countries, small typo here, the country state dot statue it equals okay, then and we will have a country state dot value. So then we will take the countries dot value and we will put the filtered countries as of the filter countries with the full like array of countries because we want to display them in the menu. So here we are doing two things, and we are going to as well call the change map location, where inside we will pass the location signal. So why are we doing this? Here we are doing this for two things. First, we want to have the data that is coming from the country service, and we want to make sure we have it. Then we want to listen when the location signal has changed. So in any case, it will change here. We will be notified in that effect. Now, in case of error, we will do a country state.status for error, and we will use the toast service to notify our user. So as error, summary error, and detail, it would be something went wrong when loading countries or change location. Let's go here and let's create the change map location. So the change map location will have a term string. We will have to do we'll have to extract the current location as a country. So we'll do a this.countries.find for country.cca3 equals term. If we find something, then we are going to do a this provider.search with a query of this.current location.name.common. Then we will have a result, and here we will do a if results and result length. So if the array has something inside, we will do a const first result equals result. So we'll take the first one. Then on the map, we will do a set view with a new lng of first result dot y and then dot x, like this. And then we will have a l dot marker of the same here. There was a mistake here. There was a zoom here, like this. So here we need to import this, and we are going to have a add to. So no, it's not like this, but like this. This dot map dot bind pop-up first result dot label, and we'll do it open pop-up like this. Of course, there is no if here. Let's format it a bit, and that's okay for this method. What we need now is inside the constructor. So I don't think we have one. So let's create one. We need to listen to location, and we will need a search method to bind to the autocomplete. So it would be event of autocomplete complete event. Avoid this one. We can rename it new complete event like this, and the idea will be to do a filtered countries equals this dot countries dot filter and country dot name dot common to lowercase start with new complete event dot query. Like this, we will filter and autocomplete automatically for our user. Now let's do our template here. So let's open a div with a class of margin y4, flex, justify content center, and align items center. Now let's have our autocomplete from PrimeNG. We have a style class of autocomplete dash Airbnb. This one is this. We will have a panel style class of country panel, a ng model of current location, because like this variable will be passed down the autocomplete when we update it. We will listen to onSelect and we will bind location change to it. In terms of the suggestion, we will pass by the filtered country like this. The complete method will be search with the event, drop down true because we want our user to be able to see the complete list. Option label, it will be format label because we want to display the flag as well. And we'll have the placeholder to customize the placeholder of the input. let's now instantiate our map with the leaflet directive, and we'll have a leaflet options. So let's pass the object that we created earlier. Let's have a leaflet layer control, same, the layer control object that we created earlier. And let's listen to the leaflet map ready on map ready with the event like this. All right, let's now connect the location. Let's now connect the location map to the location step. Let's open a div with a class margin bottom 3 with a h1 of class margin bottom 1 is the pin right in the spot, and h2 of class margin top 0 with your address is only shared with guests. Dave made a reservation. Let's add the location map. We will need a location that will be inside location, and let's listen to location change with the method that we will just create in a minute with event like this. Let's now go to the TS file. So in terms of import, we are good. We just need to have a required input signal like this and a event emitter name location change with an annotation at output, and we will also have the step validity change that is as well an event emitter. Last, we need a onLocationChange method that will take a location string, and we will emit this value as well as the fact that the step validity change is at true. Last things, we are going to go back to our backend and we are going to import inside the static folder. So let's create another folder inside static named assets, and let's import the JSON. So you can find it in the description. All right, let's reboot our backend to make sure this one is working. What we miss here now is some SCSS in the location map. So let's first import the variable .assets.scss/Airbnb variable. We will have a ng deep of autocomplete -Airbnb and a width of 400 pixel important. We will also need a ng deep of country panel and a width of 350. Another ng deep of map location with a height of 35 VH, a leaflet geo search bar with a border radius of 30 pixel important. As well a class, a leaflet control geo search of border radius of 30 pixel, a height of 50 pixel, a font family of font family like this, font size of 1 rem, and that should be okay like this. Let's try on the browser now. Let's do next, so we don't have anything, and that's normal because we need to add the case here. So let's add the case here, location, app location. For location step, we will have location, new listing dot location, location change with on location change that we will need to create just after, and a step validity change that we can call directly with the $event. On location change, we can create it now, location like this, and we will do a this dot new listing dot location equals new location like this. Let's try. So we have here a CSS problem. Let's come back to our angular.json and we need to import some style here. So the style that we need to import are in node module /leaflet/dist/leaflet.css, and we have another style sheet that is in geo search like this. Let's reboot our ng-serve, and as well here I think we have a typo, it's geo search. And then as well here we forgot to put the CSS class map location and z-index 0. Now if we come back, that's way better, but we still have an issue here. Let's solve this issue by going to the country service.ts and by doing fetch country.subscribe. Like this, it will automatically cache and initialize the country's writable signal. So let's try again. And now we can see that it's fine. We just have another label issue, which is object. So let's go to the location map and let's see. Yes, it's because it's name.common. Let's try again. Good job. Also here, now once we change the country, you can see that the map is reacting as well. And we can even go to the next step. And if you come back, you can see that the state is preserved as well. Very good. Let's go now to our next step. Let's create the component, which will be the next step. It will be info step. And we will need another sub component that we will call the info step control. We will begin by this sub component. So we just have a small issue here. We need to put it here. All right. So let's clean a bit the IDE and let's open first the info step control. So this step, we will ask how many guest bedroom, bathroom, and beds our landlord has. So it will consist in label and plus minus button. That's why we want to create, because we have 4, we want to create a generic control like this. We will just have to add 4. So our info step control, we have a title, which will be a input required of type string. We'll have a value that will be as well a required input type string, type number, sorry. We'll have a min value to make sure we don't go below 0. Like this, and we will have a value change that will be an event emitter as output, and a separator that will be a input boolean initialized to true and not required. We will have 2 methods on increment that will emit a new value, this dot value plus 1. Here the value change is of type number, so a small typo, and we will do on decrement. We will do the same but with a minus 1 like this. Now in terms of our template, we will do a div, a class info, margin top 5, flex, align, item center, justify content between. Inside this div we will have the title and another div with a class control, flex, align, item, center. Inside this div, we will have a button that will be disabled if value will be lower or equals than min value. We will have as well a dynamic class p disabled like this, and some class where we will have p button secondary, p dash ripple, p button icon only, p button rounded, and p button outlined. This one we will bind the click for the on decrement, and inside there will be a font awesome icon with icon minus. Then we'll have a div with a class value, margin left 3, margin right 3, text center, and inside this we'll have the value. Then another button that will be the same but not disabled like this, and on click it will be on increment. Here there will be the plus icon, and we will put here an if to put a separator if needed. It will be div class margin top 4, border dash top 1, and border gray 200. All right, we have our generic component. We have a small class here with a width of 15 pixels, and that's pretty much it. Now let's go to our info step component. Let's first create a small type that we will call control that will be equal to guests, bedrooms, beds, and bath. We can as well here import everything we need. We will need the form module. We will need the button module, the font awesome module, and the info step control component. We will need as well a info signal input required that will be of type new listing info. We'll need an info change that will be a new event emitter that will notify the parents component and that we can annotate at output. And we will have also a step validity change that will be as well like annotate with at output. Now, when we will need to write some kind of method to handle when the user is clicking on either the plus or the minus on all the controls here that we will have. So we will write on info change that will take as parameter new value that will be a number and a value type that will be the name of the control. With this, we will put a switch with value type inside and we will do each case. So the first case we will do is sys.info.bath equals value and new value. And we will do the same for all of this. So let's not forget the break and let's do bedroom. So let's put the break first, case bed, break, and case guest, this break. Let's do the same here, here, and here. And let's correct to the field that is corresponding to. And we have guest here. All right. Once we have the switch, we will know which field has been updated. So we will just emit a new value like this, and we will check if the step validity are good or not with a method that we will just create now. The validation rule, there is just one for now, like this, and we'll just return this .info.guest.value, and it needs to be at least one. All right, now let's go to our template and let's put the first component. So app, it will be info step control with the title will be guest. The value will be info.guest.value. Then we will listen to value change and it will be on info change with the $event and it will be guest like this. Then we can do the same for all four. So this one will be bedrooms, beds, here's the same, bedrooms, beds, like this, and bathrooms. Here the same, we change to bath, and same here. All right, we can come back to our properties. We can put a new case that will be info, and we can put app-info step. This one will have info, so new listing.info, as well as info change, and it will be on info change, and the step validity change, and with the on validity change with the $event. So let's format it like this. Let's create this one. On info change, it will be new info, new listing info, and we'll just do a new listing dot info equals new info. Okay, let's try to go here. Let's select the country and we can see that that's nice, but we are missing some stuff. So you can see that here it's working, that if I go below for one guest, the next button is disabled. So that's nice, but we still need to put a div here like this with a class margin bottom 5, a h1 class with margin bottom 1, share some basics about your place, and h2 with a class empty0. You will add more detail later like bed types. Let's now check a bit better, and we have the separator here, and it's still working nicely. Great, let's go to the next step, which will be the photo. So, as usual, let's create a new component. That will be the picture step. Let's do some cleanups here. Let's open the picture step component. Let's import some module first that we will need, and the button module. We will need a input signal required named picture that will be as of array. So let's import it like this, and it will be new listing picture. Like this, we can import it. Okay, we will need the picture change. That will be a new event emitter. Yes, it would be like this. And the step validity change as well. So when the user will upload a new picture, this method will be called. So on upload new picture. This method will take a target as parameter, as of type event target. That can be null as well. We will need to create another method that we will call this.extract file from target. We'll pass target as parameter. Let's create this method now. Extract file from target. That will be of type event or null. We will create a const HTML input target that will be equals to target, and we will cast it as HTML input element. Then we will check if the target equals null or HTML input target.file equals null. Then we will just return null because we don't want that. And if not, then we will just return the files. Here we can introduce a new variable. It will be the picture file list. It will be here, it will be const. And if this one, the picture file list, is not null, then we will iterate. So we'll do a let I equals 0, I inferior to picture file list dot length. We will do a picture file list item. We will iterate over this. Let's create a variable that will be a const and that we will call picture, like this. Picture is different from null. Then we will do a const display picture of new listing picture. This one will have is having a file and the URL display. So the URL display will be to create it, will be to display it like a base 64 image. So we'll do a URL dot create object URL like this. And then we can push to the signal input. Like this, we create our object and then we push it to the signal. After doing this, we need to notify the parent component that the picture has changed and like send back the data. We also need to validate the pictures. So let's create this method that will validate the picture. And so it will be this.picture if the picture array length has more than 5 pictures, then the step is valid. If not, then it's not valid. Now that we have our component code, let's go to our HTML. Let's create first a div with a margin bottom of 3. Let's create a h1 with a class of margin bottom 1. So let's put a label at some photos of your house. Let's have a subtitle of class empty0. You will need 5 photos to get started. You can add more later. All right, let's create a new div with a class flex, align item center, justify content center, margin top 3. We'll have inside an input of type file that will be a p input text with an ID picture, with a placeholder picture, and that will accept .gpg, .jpeg, .png, and .svg. We will let the user upload multiple files at once, and we will listen to change by calling on upload new picture by giving event.target, like this. Like this, our user will be able to upload some picture. What we want now is to display those pictures. So if there is picture present, then we will have a div with a class margin top 2 flex wrap width full and height full as well. We will iterate on the array, so picture of picture. Let's track picture like this. Inside that, we will have a div with class, like let's close this div, with a border 1, relative, border transparent, border round, 3 XL, and container dash picture, like this. Inside this, we will have a button with class absolute and with the trash button, because here we want to as well remove some picture if we need, and we need to add the method as well later. So let's bind this one, click so on trash picture like this. Let's create a method because we forget to, and this method will do like this picture dot find index. So inside the array, we will try to find the index first of the picture by searching with the file name, and we can do picture dot file dot name. It will be picture to delete like this and like this. So with this, we should have the index with the index to delete like this. Then we will do a pictures dot splice with the index to delete, and we will delete just one. Then we will of course validate the pictures again to make sure there is still 5. Let's now go back to our template now that our method is complete. Inside this button, we will add a font awesome icon that we will call trash can, like this. Now we'll have a div with a class border 1, border transparent, border round 3 pixel, background cover, background no repeat, h30 rem, and width full. We want as well a style.background image, and here we will do a URL open parenthesis plus picture dot URL display plus here we close the parenthesis. So let's do this, and here as well we can do some file dot name like this with the track by. Now let's put some SCSS with a class trash button, left calc 100% minus 70 pixel, and for top calc of 0 of 10 pixel. So we can just put like 10 pixel like this, and a container picture of width 50% like this. All right, now that our component is complete, let's come back to the main component and let's add a case photo. Here, let's add the photo, will be app picture step. Let's import it. Let's have, so we have picture, would be new listing dot picture, then picture change equals on picture change like this, and step validity change with the on validity change as well like this. Let's create this method. So it will be new pictures, and the type will be new listing picture like this. And we will need, of course, to do that. Now let's try. So we have an issue here. What's because we forgot to put here the right annotation. Right, that's better. So let's come back to our stepper. So yeah, that's nice. Let's put like 5 open. So you can see that here the picture are nicely displayed, that we can try to delete some. It's fine, it's working well. And that I can upload more. That's nice. And if I come back, I still have the state. Good. Let's jump now on the description. So let's close everything. Let's create the description step. Here, let's import the input text module, the form module, and the input text module from PrimeNG. We'll need a description input required of type not string. We'll need to put the type description. Here, we will need an event emitter description change of type description. Let's not forget the annotation here. We will have a step validity change like this. We will need the form the instance of the form like this. So let's do a form description, ng form, or undefined. That will be a view child form description. We do this because we want to validate the form on this side. Now we will have two different fields. One will be the title and the other one will be the description. So we will have two different methods, one to handle the title and one to handle the description. So let's write the title first. So untitled change, we will have a new title of type string. When it will change, we update the description input signal dot title and we re-emit a new value like this. Then we emit with the description change event emitter the signal input like this, and we try to validate the form as well. Emit this dot validation validate form. We do the same for description, so it's a new description here. Here it's new description as well. There is a typo here. Here it's description, and we need to create the method to validate the form. This method will return a boolean. We can return directly if this dot form description, then we return this dot form description dot valid like this, and else return false. Let's now go to our template and let's create a div with a class margin bottom 3, a header 1 with a class margin bottom 1. Let's give your house a title and description like this. Let's have a subtitle with margin bottom, margin top 0. Short titles work best. Have fun with it. You can change it anytime. Then we will create a form that will be form description equals ng form, no validate, class with full. Then inside this form, we have an input that would be title input equals ng model with a name equals title with a placeholder title. This one is required. This field is required. We will have then a class that will be with full p input text large. This input will be type text, and we will put the directive from PrimeNG. We will also have the ng model that would be the description title value, and we will listen to the ng model change by calling the onTitle change with the event like this. Then we will make some small validation if the user doesn't meet the criteria. So let's test if the field is dirty and if the title input is invalid. If that's the case, we will put a small markup with ID inside that will be title required with a class text primary where we will say title is required. If that's not the case, we are going to put a placeholder because we don't want that the UI move placeholder validation. Then we will put a text area with the name will be the description input with ng model. The name will be description. Then we will have a class that would be width full margin top 2. This field is still required, and we will have a placeholder with summary. We will have rows equals 5 and calls 30. We will add the div p input text area and the ng model that will be description dot value, as well as the ng model change here with the on description change event like this. Now let's put some small as well validation like this. So it will be description input, description value. This one is description required like this, and we will put description is required. All right, our component is complete. Let's go here. Let's put a new case. Let's add the description case, and let's put app description step here. Let's import it. Let's put like description, so new listing dot description, description change with on description change with the dollar event, and the step validity change with the on validity change. Like this, let's create the method, new description, that will be of type description, and here we will have the new listing.description equal new description. With all of this, we should be able to now fill out the description. Let's try, and yes, we have access to it. So we can see that here we have some title, but the UI is still moving. So I think we have an issue here, but we can see that, it's not like here is disabled, so there is an issue, and here it's moving and it shouldn't. So let's try to see what's wrong here. First, let's go to a CSS. We need to here add placeholder dash validation and put the height to 21 pixels. Let's try again. So now it's better, but we can't still go to next. So let's try to see why. So to correct the issue that we have here, that you can see, even though our form is correct, the button next is still disabled. So we have a small typo. If you go to description step.component.ts, here the F should be lower because it needs to match the name that we have here. So if we come back and we try again here, then you can see that here it's going to next, and that's good. Now let's jump on the last step that we will need, which means the price. Let's create our price step component. Let's close all and let's open the component.ts. Let's import some modules. So we'll need a form module, the input text module. We'll need the font awesome module. Then let's create a price input signal required that will be of type price value object. This. Let's create a price change. Let's add the annotation add output. Let's create a step validity change with the annotation at output. Let's create a form price of type ng form or undefined. It will be annotated with view child and it's not form description. It would be form price. Let's create a method on price change. There will be new price. The type will be new price number. We will do a price change. We will emit the new price value. It should be like this. And let's validate the form as well with a this.validate form. Let's create a method. Here it will be if this form.price, we return this, except that we do it like this. And if the form price doesn't exist, then we validate as false. All right, now let's go to our templates. Let's remove everything and let's create a div with a class of margin bottom 3 with h1 with a class margin bottom 1. Now set your price h2 with a margin top 0. You can change it anytime. Let's create a form. Let's create the variable with ng form. So it will be no validate with a class width full. Let's then add a span with a class p input icon left width full and relative. Then inside this one we'll have a font awesome icon that would be icon $sign. The class will be $absolute and top 0 like this. Then we'll have an input with the price input value for ng model. We'll have a name, price, a required attribute which will tell Angular that this field is required. The minimum will be 1, of course. Then we'll have a class, so width full, p input text dash large, and the type of this input will be number, and we will use the p input text directive. We then have PrimeNG model to bind the value, the price value with the input, and to know when the value change on the form, we will bind the onPriceChange method. Then let's put a little bit of validation. If price input dot dirty and price input dot has error and the error is required, then we will put a small markup with ID title required with a class text primary. Like this, inside this, we'll say a price is required. And if here the error is not required but mean, then we will just say that title here it will be more like price required, and here it's price as well. Price mean, and then we will say the price can't be negative here, and else it would just be a div class placeholder validation like this. So our component is complete. So let's go back to the main component. Let's add a case that will be price, and let's do app price step like this, and let's initialize it. So it will be price new listing dot price, then price change on price change, and with step validity change on validity change. Let's create this method new price, and let's remove this, and it will be new listing dot price equals price. Now let's come back to our browser. Let's check that everything is working. Let's import some picture. Let's put the description. So we have an issue here with the price. So it's a bit like still moving. So we have some CSS to put here. So it will be dollar, like transform, translate, and we will have a placeholder validation with height 21 pixel. Like this, it should be okay. So let's try again. Let's put some picture. Let's put on price, and let's click. So here we have an issue. So now we can see that we can't click on finish here. So we have a small typo here. We need to invert here the disable condition inside the footer step dot component dot html. And here we forgot to put like the class dot p disabled like this, and we need to put the same condition like this, because we couldn't like distinguish if the button was disabled or no. So now let's do this, let's do next, let's do this, let's put a price, so now it's better. And now the button is clickable. So let's click on finish. So we have an issue. So we have a 404. So let's check on our landlord listing. So it's landlord listing slash create. And in the backend, we completely forgot the annotation. So let's put the annotation right away. It will be at post mapping slash create. It will consume media type dot multipart form data value. Let's rebuild. All right, let's click. All right, so there is something else. So when creating the listing, we have an issue like at title, because here, if you go to title value object, we have a hint type, which is wrong. And it's the same for description. So let's correct it. Let's try again. And we also have two small issues in our auth0 service. So let's go there on the auth service. And here we misaligned the parameter. And also we need to go to the UI in API, auth management system API, machine-to-machine application. We need to expand this. We filter by role, and we add the update role permission. We forgot this one. Now let's come back to our front. Let's log in again and let's try to post another listing page. So another listing inside our database. So let's put some picture, let's put title, description, let's put a price, and let's click on finish. So we can see here that it is a success. Let's go now to our database. Let's refresh our data and we can see, let's check at the creation date and we can see that it has just had been created now. Perfect. And if we go as well on listing picture, we can see that our picture has been inserted here correctly. Very nice. Nice job. All right. Now let's go back to our backend and let's start our next feature, which will be the property listing for Landlord. This one will consist on a single page where we will display all the listing that a landlord is owning. And by doing this, we will display as cards. So let's create two different endpoints. First, it would be the get all properties for one landlord, and the second one will be the delete one. So let's start by creating our DTO. Let's go to application, DTO package. Let's create a new Java record named display card listing DTO. So this one will have a price value object named price. We will have a location, a picture DTO, a single one because we just want the cover, a booking category because we want to display it. So let's call it the booking category, and the public ID of the listing. So there's a small typo here. All right, now let's as well import some utility object that we will need for our presentation layer. So let's go to shared kernel and create a new package called service. And here we are going to import. So this one, you can find it in the description and or on my GitHub repository. The link is in the description. It's in the infrastructure service state. So here I'm going to copy paste it. You will have state, state builder, and state notification. We have the same object on the front side. The idea is to make a service return this state with inside some status about what happened inside the service and what is the result. Now that we have this, we can go to our repository to add our custom query. We are going to need to return a list of listing. We will call it findAll by landlord public ID fetch cover picture. And we'll have only one parameter, which will be the landlord public ID. It's going to be a custom query. So we'll do a select listing from listing left join fetch listing dot picture. We're going to name it picture. Let's go on another line. We will do where listing dot landlord public ID equals the variable, so the landlord public ID, and picture is cover equals true. So we are doing this because we doesn't want to fetch the 5 picture, because as we said earlier, we are going to display it as a card. So right now we just need the first and primary picture. All right, now let's go to our mapper and let's add a new mapping like this. So the mapping will be a display card listing DTO listing to display card listing DTO, and as parameter the entity, so the listing. We will just need a one annotation that will target cover because the name is not the same, and the source will be picture. We will need to use the mapping from the picture DTO that we call extract cover, and we made it, it's this one. Like this, we take the first picture inside the set. So we are going to need this, and we are also going to need to have the same mapping, but with the list. So let's do it here. It will be the same name, but just with a S, and it will take the list of some entity. And here we are going to need the same, but without the qualified name. All right, now we are good to write our service. Let's go to Landlord service. And our first service will be the get all properties. So it will be public and it will return a display card listing DTO. We'll call it get all properties. And it will take as parameter a read user DTO, which will be the landlord. And it will be the connected user. So then we can call our repository directly with the method that we created earlier. We pass the public ID directly like this. We create the variable with the properties like this, and we can return the mapper this way. We can return the list of our object with our mapper directly like this. Let's annotate with transactional, and since we are not doing any write, we can put read only as true. Now let's write the delete method that will return a state of UUID of string. We'll call it delete. It will take a UUID, so it will be the public ID of the listing, and we will pass as well the read user DTO that will be the connected user. We need to add as well the repository method. It will return a long and it will be delete by public ID and landlord public ID like this. So let's call the repository delete method that we just created. Let's pass the parameter like this, the public ID. Now let's extract the number of rows that has been deleted successfully like this. And so if the delete successfully long is superior to 0, it means that a row has been deleted. So we can create our state. There will be state UUID of string for success, and we just pass the public ID. If it's not the case, then we will return a state builder for unauthorized, and we'll put a user not authorized to delete this listing. All right, and here we are doing like 2 parameters because we want to make sure that only the landlord who owns the listing is able to delete it. That's why we will like pass here only the connected user. Let's annotate this one with transactional as well. And now let's go to our presentation layer and let's add our endpoint. Our method will return a response entity with a list of display card listing DTO. We will call it get all. We will annotate our method with get mapping. So the value will be get dash all. And we will have a pre-authorized method with has any role. So like this, and we will do a plus with the security utils, and we will check that our user has the landlord role already. Now let's call our user service and let's get the connected user. Connected user like this. Let's call our service. Let's pass the connected user. Let's introduce some variable and let's just return the list like this. Nice. Now let's write the delete method. So it will be public response entity. We will send a UUID. The method will be called delete, and we will take a request param with the UUID, which will be the public ID of the listing that we need to delete. We're also going to add the annotation to bind our endpoint, repeat delete, and we will need the same method here for make sure that our user has the right role. Let's copy this one as well. Here, let's call the delete method. Let's pass the public ID and the public ID and the connected user. Sorry. Now let's introduce the variable, the state here that the service returned, and let's check the state of the status. And let's make sure that the state notification is okay. Let's put that inside a if, and if it's okay, then we just return, and we do just a response entity dot okay with the value inside the delete state. If it's not the case, then let's just test if it's unauthorized, and in that case, just send back an unauthorized code like this. If it's not any of this case, then we can return internal server error, because this case shouldn't happen. All right, so we are good to go for our backend. Well done. So it seems that we have an issue here. So let's see why. Oh, indeed, it's because we need a default method here to convert price value object to a price. So price value object int price, and we need to return new price VO like this. All right, let's build it, and now it's done. All right, well done. Let's switch to our backend and let's create our model. So let's go to listing model.ts and let's add our interface. So we will need a display interface that will have a file as a string. We will have a file content type as a string, and it will be optional. We will have a boolean is cover. Then we will have our main interface that will be the card listing, that will have a price. The type will be price value object, a location that will be a string, a cover that will be a display picture, a booking category that will be of type category name, a public ID that will be a string, and a loading boolean to enter the state. So let's now implement our service. So let's go to the landlord listing service. Let's create our signal. So we will do a get all signal, writable signal, with a state of array of card listing equals signal of state dot builder array of card listing dot for init, and another public signal that would be computed from the private one, like this. Let's now create our getAll method. So getAll void, let's use the HTTP client. So this.http.get of array of card listing. So like this, it's just /get all. Let's subscribe to this observable. Let's enter the next case. We will have listings back, and we will update the private signal by calling the setters dot builder array of card listing dot for success and listing. Like this, let's handle the error like this. Let's update like this the signal with for error. Let's not forget here this one, and we are good for the getAll. Now let's do the delete. So let's do the same here. Let's copy paste this. It will be a state string here. Let's do the same. We didn't edit the good one, so let's do this. Let's rename this one like this, and let's here complete with this, and let's write our method. So the method delete, we will take a public ID as parameter. It will return void. We will have some query param, so new http param.set, and it will be the public ID that we have in parameter. Now we are using the HTTP client like this, so it will be a string, and the URL will be environment.api URL landlord listing / delete. We will pass the params like this, and we will subscribe to this observable. Let's now handle the next case. So with a public ID like this, let's reuse this one by just changing the name. So it's delete, and that's here string, and it's public ID. Let's handle error like this, and we have it already. Let's not forget the reset method that we will need later. So the reset delete will be here to put back the initial state inside the signal, because the signal is always emitting the last value. So that's why we need a way to init, because we can feel stuck if we don't do this. All right, let's now create our component. So let's start a terminal. Let's go to the folder of our project, and let's create our component inside the landlord. So it would be properties like this. We are going to create as well a generic component who will allow us to display a listing inside the properties page, but also on the home page. So let's create it with the Angular CLI, with the ngGC. We will create it in shared / card listing. Let's open the TypeScript file, and let's start by adding a input required signal. So let's do like input.required, and the type will be card listing or booked listing. Let's import this one, but I think we need to as well create the booking one. So let's do it now. So this one will belong to another directory that we're going to create now. So it will be tenant, and then model, and then let's create the TypeScript class that will be booking.model. We will need first interface that will be called booked date DTO from server, that will have a start date and an end date. Then we are going to create interface with export interface. It will be booked listing. This book listing will have a location that will be a string, a cover that will be a display picture, a total price that will be a price value object, some dates that will be the booked date DTO from server, a booking public ID that will be a string, a listing public ID that will be a string as well, and a loading boolean. So we are creating this object here a bit in advance because it belongs to the reservation part. But since we are going to create this generic component, let's creating it now. So let's continue now our component. So let's add a card mode, because we will have two different modes. Let's create an input that will be either landlord or booking, like this. Let's create a first object, which will be the booking listing of type booking listing that can be undefined. We'll have a card listing as well. Now let's inject our router and all the service that we are going to need. So the category service as well, like this, the country service. And here we are going to have two event emitter. One will be the delete listing, that will be a new event emitter of type card listing, and a cancel booking that will be a new emitter of booked listing. Let's not forget here the annotation. Now, when there is a change inside the listing signal, we need to make some stuff. So let's listen on this signal with some effects. Here we are going to extract the object from the signal listing like this, and we are going to query the country service to get the country by code because we don't have it. So let's subscribe. Let's implement next. So we will have a country, and if listing, then let's format the listing dot location by doing a country dot region plus this and country dot name dot command. Like this, we have the region and the name of the country. Let's create a constructor here, and let's call our listen to listing method. We are going to as well listen to the card mode signal. So let's create another method, listen to card mode with effect. Let's extract this object from the signal, bitcard mode, and we are going to dispatch depending on which type is it, because we have two kind of variable. We have booking listing and we have card listing. So we want to know which one depending on the card mode. So if the card mode is equals to booking, then we know that the object inside the listing signal type as booked listing, and if it's not the case, we know that it's from the type is card listing. So let's do like this, card listing. All right, let's call here the method. All right, now we want to handle as well the deletion. So for the deletion of the properties, let's create a method on delete listing that will take a parameter display listing DTO as of type card listing, and let's emit through the event emitter like this. Simple. We need to handle the on cancel booking as well. This time it will be of the parameter object will be booked listing, the type will be booked listing, and we will do the same. We just are going to emit the value. We also need to handle the click on the card. So it will be later for the when a user wants to see a particular house. So we'll have an ID, a public ID that will be a string, and we'll just call the router and we will navigate to listing like this to listing. We will add a query param. So now it's like this, query param of type ID, public ID. All right, now let's go to our template. Let's add a div with a class card, relative, and cursor pointer. Let's add another div where we will bind the click, and we will call the on click card. And here we'll have a bit of logic. So if card mode is equals to, so let's do the simple code booking, then booked listing dot listing public ID like this, and if not, then we will use the card listing dot public ID like this. Now let's display the cover picture with this div with class border 1, border transparent, and border round 3 pixel. Background cover, background center, and background no repeat H24 relative EM and width full. Let's go here like this, and let's put a style dot background image of URL. Let's display our image by in base 64. So it will be data like this plus listing dot cover dot file content type plus base 64 plus listing dot cover dot file plus we need to close the parenthesis. All right, now let's continue for the other divs. Let's display the location with this one, so it will be font bold, and let's display the location. After that, we need an if the card mode is equals to booking, Then we are going to have a div where booked listing dot dates start date. We are going to use the pipe date and the format will be medium date. I think we need to import date pipe, okay? And we are going to do the same for the end date, like this. Now let's display the total price of the trip. So it will be a span. I just need to close this. So it's a span with class font bold. And this one will be the booked listing dot total price dot value. And let's control it with the pipe currency. Let's format it, sorry, with the pipe currency. Let's go on the next line. Let's use an else here and let's display the category with this one. So it will be a category service dot get category by technical name. We will use card listing dot booking category dot display name, like this. And we will also display the price per night on this one. So it will be margin 2. It will be a span with a class font bold, and it will be card listing dot price dot value and with the currency pipe. Then we are going to need to display delete button if the card mode is of type landlord. So let's put another if. Let's test if the card mode is equals to landlord. Let's add a button that will be disabled if the card listing is loading. This button will have class absolute, trash button, and p button. We will bind the click to the method on delete listing, like this. It will be card listing, and inside the button we will have another if. If the card listing is loading, then we are going to put a font awesome icon. The name will be circle notch with some animation spin. And if it's not loading, then let's display just a trash icon. So let's close this. Last case, we are going to duplicate this one. And if the card mode is in booking, then let's change this one. So it's the booking listing. We are going to call on cancel booking listing. And this one is if we made a booking and we want to cancel it, it would be to display the card on the page to manage the booking of the users. It will be for later. All right, now let's go to the SCSS part. We'll need a trash button class that would be left calc 100% minus 70 pixel and top with 10 pixel only. We will have another class that will be cancel button with left and calc 100% minus 140 pixel. Then top 10 pixel. Let's go now to our property component. Let's start by injecting the service that we need. So we need the landlord listing service like this. We will need the toast service. We will need as well a listing of card listing to be able to iterate and create our card component. So we will initialize at empty. We will need a loading deletion boolean and a loading fetch all boolean as well, initialize at false. Here, let's implement on init and on destroy. We will need it later. Let's implement all the member. Let's here call a method this fetch listing where we will get all the listings. Let's create the method like this and let's put the loading fetch all to true and let's call the landlord listing service get all like this. Now let's listen to the signal getAll by creating a method like this, listen fetch all, with inside an effect. Okay, so we have a small typo here. Let's query the signal like this, getAll signal. Let's check the status of it. So if it's okay, then let's extract this one. Let's introduce a variable, all listing state like this. Let's put the loading fetch all to false, and let's initialize the array with the value of the all listing state. And we can even do this, that would be better, all listing dot value like this. Oh, okay, we have a small issue here. Let's correct here, and it's get, here it's delete. Yes, small mistake here. Okay, we are good. Let's create a constructor here like this, and let's call the listen fetch all. So now we are able to query and trigger the HTTP method inside the service. Okay, now let's handle the delete case. So let's create a method that will react when the user will click on the deletion of it. So let's take as a parameter listing, that will be a card listing. So let's put the listing loading equals to true. And here let's call the landlord service with the delete method and with the listing dot public ID. Here we do this because we just want to put in loading state the listing that the user is trying to delete. So that's why we're doing it that way. Now we are going to listen to the deletion signal. So let's create a private listen delete by public ID. Let's put an effect method, and let's query and get the delete signal with the landlord service. It will be delete signal like this. Let's create a value, delete state, exactly. And now we are going to search through the array with this listing dot find index with a narrow function, and we will try to filter by public ID. So the delete state and the value like this. If we have something, let's introduce a variable which will be a listing to delete index. Let's do a splice like this, just so this one needs to be like this. And let's call the toast service to notify our users that everything went fine, with a severity of success, a summary of deleted successfully, and a detail like listing deleted successfully. Now, if something went wrong, if the delete status is equals to error, then we still need to find it. So I'm going to copy this, and we are going to query the one that the user tried to delete, and we will put the loading state to false. And then we are going to send a toast message to notify the user that something went wrong. So let's put error when, just put error, and here error when deleting the listing. And here let's do a loading deletion equals false. Let's not forget to add it in the constructor here. So the listen delete by public ID. And here we need to handle as well the error. So let's do it in a simple way. Let's copy paste here the error when fetching the listing. All right, like this we have all the cases covered. Let's open now the template, and let's put a header where we will put my properties, a subheader that will be add new and remove properties like this. Let's put a if listings and listings.length 0, so meaning if there is something inside the array, or if we are in loading state, or if we are not in loading state, then let's create a div with a class listing grid with a for of listing of listings, track by listing dot public ID. And here now we are just going to call our card, so the card listing, like this, and we're just going to give the required information. So the listing will be listing, of course, the card mode here will be landlord, and the delete listing will call the on delete listing, like this. If this is not the case, then we are going to put a div class with flex colon, justify content center, align item center, and each 10 relative em. Inside, we will put a h1 with no property present and a div with a class text itself. And we'll put it seems that you don't have any properties yet. Nice. If the loading fetch all, we also put a spinner here. So this div with a class flex justify content center, align item center, and h15 rem, and we will display a font awesome icon that will be circle notch with a size of 3x, animation spin, and a class margin left 2 text primary. All right, let's now go to our app route. Let's add our, so let's do like this. So we'll have a path with landlord slash properties. The component will be the properties component. We'll have a can activate with the authority route access. So this one we need to code it. The data will be authorities with the role landlord. So we are going to right away. So let's add it now. Let's create a new TypeScript file name authority route access. The idea here is that we are going to create a guard to forbid the access to the user who doesn't have the role. So let's create an export const authority route access that is a can activate function that is equal to next activated route snapshot and the state of router state snapshot. Let's open the function. Let's inject our auth service like this, and let's return auth service dot fetch HTTP user, so false, with a pipe with a map of connected user. Inside this, if the user is connected, then let's extract their authority that we put inside the route. So we authorities like this, and we return if authorities or authorities.length equals 0 or auth service dot as any authority, and we pass directly this one. Let's call login here as well, and let's return false if we arrive here. All right, let's go back to route. Let's app route. Let's import this one, and let's check if it's working. So let's go to our Chrome. I'm going to zoom in a bit. Let's log in, and let's go to my property. So you can see here that is working properly, but we just had something that is not really right. So if I go here, yeah, we have the no property present here, so that's not good. So I think it's because I need to do this. Yeah, like this, it's working. So I just like invert because I shouldn't negate this one. So now you can see that we have a nice view of our properties like this, but we don't have here the button to delete. So let's go back to our code, and we can see here that we have an issue because this one, these two should be inside this div. So we have a small mistake here. Let's go back to our Chrome, and that's nice. Let's now try to delete the properties, and we can see that it's working nicely, and that we can even have the nice toast. Very nice job. Let's move on the next feature. That would be the display of the homepage. We'll start by our backend by implementing an endpoint to fetch our listing per category. First, let's clean up a bit here, and let's add some method to our repository. We will need two different. The first one will return a page of listing. The name of this one will be find all by booking category with cover only. So let's import this one. As parameter, we will have a pageable and we will have a booking category. Why we have a pageable? Because we don't want to retrieve the entire database of listing because it would be too much. So we are going to page our query like this. We will need a custom query here. So let's do a select listing from listing. Let's do a left join fetch like this, and where dot isCover equals true, listing dot booking category equals booking category. All right, now let's do the same query, but this time we are going to remove booking category parameter. We will just call it find all cover only. We do this method because at the beginning no category will be selected. We have two different cases here. Now let's create a new service in the application package. Let's call it tenant service. Let's annotate it. Let's inject the service we need. So we need the listing repository. We will need the listing mapper. We will need the user service. For now, that's all. This one will be final as well. Let's initialize a constructor, and our service will be public with a page of display card listing. Let's import page. Let's call it get all by category with parameter pageable and a booking category as well. Let's now create our page variable, all our booking category. This page will be of type, and if category equals booking category dot all, then this one will be equals find all with cover only. And if not, we are going to be able to do a listing repository, find all by booking category with cover only, with the pageable object and the category one. Right, so there's just one here. And then we can do a return, map our page with the mapper like this, with the listing to display card listing DTO. Let's now create a new resource, so a tenant resource. Let's annotate it with @rest controller and @request mapping with the API /tenant listing. Let's inject our service. Let's do like this, and let's create our new endpoint. So response entity page of display card listing DTO, import class, find all by booking category with pageable and with a request param booking category like this. Then we are just going to do like response entity.ok and call the service right away. We just forgot here to add the annotation that we have here that we need to bind our endpoint. So let's put it back. Let's put it so it's get all by category. Now let's go back to our front end. Let's first modify the category component. So we want to do this because, as you can see here, even though we are on my properties, we still have the category navigation bar, and that's not normal. So we want to only display it if we are on the home page. What we want to do as well is when the user click, we modify the URL and we load the category depending on where the user has clicked. So for doing this, let's add a boolean is home to know if we are inside the home or not. Add router because we will need it to know. Let's add the activated route service as well. So let's initialize this dot current activated category to false first, because we don't want that any of the categories activated. And let's listen to the router to know if we are on the home URL or no. So let's call the router.event.pipe. Let's add a filter like this. Let's filter with only navigation end. So let's open a parenthesis. Let casted is navigation end. And let's do a event navigation end like this. Then let's subscribe. Let's do a next. Here we'll have an event of navigation, and inside let's check if we are on the home page with event.ul.split bracket 0. Let's test if this is home, and event ul.indexOf equal -1. Then we are going to load all the category. So let's do a category service dot get category by technical name, load all, introduce a variable here, and let's call the category service change category and category by technical name. All right, now we need a way to detect that the category parameter is in the URL and then extract it and then load the category who has been asked by the user. We are going to use the activated route with a pipe, with a map here, with params. Let's extract the category parameter. Let's subscribe to it. Let's implement next with the category name of type category name. And let's call the service category service get category by technical name. Let's pass this parameter. Let's introduce as well a new variable. And if the category exists, then let's activate category like this. So this one we're going to create it, and let's call the category service change category one. Let's rename it in the shortest way. Let's create activated category. We are going to put like this that current activated category dot activated equals false to deactivate the old one. Let's assign the current to the new one, and let's activate it like this. Now when a user click on a category, we need to handle this case, and we are going to create a method on change category. We will call the method activate category, and we are going to call the router dot navigate with an empty URL and with the query param category like this. Let's put the relative to and this activated route. Like this, it will load anyway, even if we are on the same URL. Let's now go back to the template here. Let's bind the click to the category on change category. Now, if we go back here, when we click, it's activated, but we have an issue here. Let's check inside. It's because it's the technical name that we should put. We are good. Now the category is updated. Let's now create our home component. So like this, nggc home. Let's open the TS file. Let's do a little bit of cleanup. Let's first implement onInit and onDestroy like this. Then let's inject the tenant listing service. Let's, now that we need it, let's create it as well. So we will do tenant/tenant listing. Let's import it and let's go to our tenant listing. Let's first create our HTTP client. Let's instantiate our two signal. So get all by category. That will be a writable signal of page. So here, same, and we need to import page as well. Let's just finish this. Let's create our signal, which will be state page of card listing like this, and for init. Then let's have a get, let's create a get all by category signal computed with this dot get all by category. So for the request model, go to the description and take the request model dot ts. The model is also in RSLC app core model request model.ts. So on my side, so it's on model, and let's import it like this. So it's just a wrapper, and it's here to be compatible with the page that Spring, our backend, is returning to us, the frontend. So let's import this and let's write our service. So let's write get all by category. we will have as parameter page request that will be as of type pagination, category, category name, and return void. We will do a create pagination option with a page request. We will create those params like this. We will also set params dot set category and let's put let here. Then let's call our HTTP client with get page of card listing with the URL environment dot API dash URL tenant dash listing slash get all by category. Let's pass the parameter like this. Let's subscribe. Let's do a next display listing card, and let's notify our signal with a set and state builder page of card listing for success and display listing card. All right, now let's do the error. Let's copy paste this one like this. This one is error and it's for error like this. Let's create a reset get all category and let's do a get all by category dot set and state builder for init. All right, now that we have our service, let's come back to our component. Let's inject the toast service. Let's inject as well the category service, the activated route service, and the router. Let's import it. Okay, now we are going to need a listing array. It can be undefined. We will need a default page request that will be type pagination with a size of 20. We want the first page and no sort. We need a loading boolean that will be equals false, and we will need a category service subscription order of type subscription that can be as well undefined. All right, now on the ng destroyed, we can put like the tenant listing service point dot reset get all category, and we can also do a this dot category service subscription, and we can unsubscribe to it because like this we will not have any memory leak, because when the component will be destroyed, we will unsubscribe to this observable. Now, on the ng on init side, we are going to create a listen to change category method, and this method will use the category subscription, and we will call the category service and use the change category observable, subscribe to it, and on this we will use next. The type will be category, and we will do a loading equals true, and this dot tenant listing service get all category, this dot page request, and category dot technical name. All right, when we will get notified, we just load the category. Now we are going to need to listen. Let's create a constructor, and inside this we are going to listen to get all category. Let's now use effect, and let's get the signal inside the tenant service. So ignore all category state, and all category state dot status equals okay. Then we do a this dot listings equals all category. It's not clear enough. All category listing state, like category listing state like this dot value dot content, and we will do this loading equals false. Else, if there is an error, we are going to use the toast service with a severity of error, and we just miss here the title. So the title, no, it's not title, it's summary. No, then it's detail. And let's do the this loading equals and let's put like this dot loading equals false. So now let's go to our template and if loading, then let's create a div to put the loader. So flex justify content center, align item center, font awesome icon, class margin left 2, text primary, icon cycle notch, animation spin, and size 3x. Then else we put the grid to display our listings. So with here with a for listing of listings, track by listing dot public ID. We call our card listing. Here we just pass the listing object. Let's close here the for, and now let's display if there is no listing. So if we don't load anything and if the array is equals 0, then let's put a placeholder. So we flex colon align item center justify content center h10 relative em. Then inside this we will have a header with no listing found for this category and a div with a class of text XL, and you can come back later. All right, now if we go to our home, so we can see that we have some issue here. Okay, so what we need to do in our backend, we need to go to security configuration, and here we need to do a authorize dot request matcher http method dot get, and it will be API get all by category. Permit all because this endpoint should be accessible to all our users, even if they are not logged in. Let's now build again. Let's retry without this. So it's the same. Let's add as well in our app config, the app route, add our new component. So it will be the path route and the component will be the home component. Like this. Here we have an error. We still have an issue here when we try to load. We can have a look at the backend and we can see that we have an issue with the name of this parameter. So let's rename it, just category. Let's rebuild, let's retry, and that way better. The only thing that we can note is that we have the country code here, and when we go here, we have a 302 as well. So we forgot to put it as well in the security configuration like this. Let's add a new request matcher. This request matcher will be http method.get and it will be asset/star with permit all like this. Let's rebuild and let's refresh. And here we have successfully the name of the location, the region, and the country. And we can even try to change the category. Here we can see that loading and that's very good. So let's display all. There is another small thing that we forgot to test. When we go to my properties, the navbar should disappear. So here is not the case. So let's go to our category component.html and let's put an if here and let's test if is home is that true like this, and let's try again and we are good like this. So now you can see that if we go back home we have it, and if we go here it disappears. Let's implement our next feature, which will be the detail of a house. Let's go back to our backend. Let's open our listing repository and let's add a method that will allow us to load only one listing. So let's put optional of listing. Yes, import class, find by public ID, like this. Now let's go to our mapper and let's write a display listing DTO to, so listing to display listing DTO to a listing, so to an entity. This one we need to create this DTO, so let's do it now. let's go to application, DTO, and Java class, display listing DTO like this. So this class will have a description, DTO, so it's private, of course, a list of picture, DTO, picture, a listing info, DTO, a price, value object, a booking category, string location, and a landlord listing DTO, landlord, like this. Let's create some getters and setters. And now let's go back to our mapper. Let's import and let's map our field. So let's put an at mapping with a target of landlord, and we just ignore this one. This one is like this. Then we are going to need a mapping with a target description dot title dot value, and the source is title. Let's copy paste this one. We have the same for description and is description for the source. Then we have info dot bedrooms dot value, and this one is just bedrooms. Let's copy this mapping because we will need quite a few times. Guest, it's guest as well. Beds, beds, bath. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then we need the category. The category is booking category, and we need the price dot value, that is price. All right. Now we can open our service, so the tenant service, and start implement the find one method. So we will return a state of display listing DTO and a string in case of error with get one, which will be a UUID as parameter only. Then we are going to call our listing repository, and we will call the method find by public ID. Then let's introduce a new variable. So it's a listing by public ID optional. And if this one is empty, then we are returning right away a state dot display listing DTO of string builder for error, and inside string format like listing doesn't exist for public ID. If it's okay, then we will create a display listing DTO variable by calling the mapper like this, and now we can do safely a get on the optional. We also need the user service, and we will do a get public ID because we need to fetch the information of the landlord. So there is a typo here, I guess. So let's correct it now by public ID. So it's listing.get landlord public ID, or else throw. Let's get this variable. Then let's create our landlord listing DTO like this, landlord DTO. It's read user.firstname and read user DTO.image URL. Let's set this object inside our display listing and return the state dot of display listing string builder dot for success, and let's pass the display listing DTO. Now let's go to our tenant resource. Just before this, let's not forget to annotate as transactional and as read-only. And now let's go to our tenant resource to write our endpoint. Let's write so public response entity of display listing DTO. Let's call the method get1, and we have a request param of UUID, and that's public ID, like this. Then we are going to do a tenant service dot get one. We get by public ID. We create the variable display listing state. And so if the display listing state getStatus.equals status notification.ok. Then we return the response entity.ok, and we just extract the value in the state. If the status of notification is not okay, then we create a problem detail for status detail with a HTTP status of BAT request, and we put the error inside like this. Let's create again the variable like this, and let's return the response entity of problem detail dot build. Let's now annotate our method with it's a get mapping with get one, and that's all we need. Let's go now to our security configuration, and let's permit all on this endpoint as well. So get one like this. Let's build and let's check. So we have an issue here. So here we have a small typo. It's not bath, it's bathrooms. So let's build up again, and that's okay. Let's go now to our front end and let's open our listing model. Let's first create it, and then we will write our service. So we are going to need a new interface named listing, and this interface will have a description. It will have some pictures of array of display picture. We will have info with new listing info, some price that will be a price value object, some category that will be category name, a location, and a landlord with the landlord listing that we don't have yet. So let's create it. So export interface, landlord listing, and it will just have a first name with a string and a image URL with a string. Nice. Now let's open again our tenant listing service. Let's create, we will just copy paste here the signal. Let's call it get one by public ID. This time it would be a listing like this, listing, and this one will be get one by public ID signal like this, get one by public ID like this. Okay, now let's write our method. So get one by public ID. The only parameter will be a public ID as a string like this. Let's create the param, the HTTP param, and let's use the HTTP client with a get of type listing. The address is not exactly this one, but it's close. So tenant listing with the param. Okay, then let's subscribe. Let's implement next with a listing. Let's set our signal. That will be get one by public ID with the $.set, and let's create our state of listing and for success, and let's pass as parameter listing. Then let's implement error, and here it will be like this. Let's not forget this. So meaning that we will, as usual, put the state builder in error state and pass the error to know what is happening. Good, let's create the reset get one by public ID. No need any parameter, just going to reset the state like this. Now we are going to create our display listing component, which will be the main component to display the data of one house. So let's do a nggc and let's put it inside tenant slash display listing like this. Let's first inject the tenant listing service. Let's inject activated route. Let's inject toast service, category service, and country service. Let's create a listing variable of type listing or undefined. Let's put a category as well that can be undefined. Let's create another variable current public ID and a loading boolean that is to true. First, let's implement onInit and onDestroy. For onDestroy, we will call right away like this. We don't forget the tenant listing and the reset, get one by public ID. And for the onInit, we are going to extract the parameter from the router because we will put the public ID inside the URL to handle the fact that if the user is refreshing the browser, we will still go to the house that is selected. So let's create this method, extract ID param from router, and this method will use the activated route. So it's activated route, not router. We'll use query param.pipe with map params, and we will extract param ID. Let's now subscribe to it. Let's do a public ID because it will be only the public ID. And we just need to do, so we don't need the bracket, we just need to do fetch listing with the public ID. So let's create now this method. So this method will call, we put the boolean to true. We will put the current public ID to the public ID, and we will call the tenant listing service with the getOne public ID method, like this. Once we do this, we need to listen to the signal when it comes back. So let's add a constructor with a method that will be called listen to fetch listing. Let's put effect inside and let's query and let's fetch the content of the signal. No, so that's the get one by ID. Let's create this variable, public ID state, like this. So if the listing state dot status equals to OK, then we can put the loading to false, and we can assign the listing variable to listing dot value. If this dot listing, so we need to rearrange a bit the picture because we want the cover to be first. So we are going to rearrange the array with this method that will be called put cover picture first, and that will take the array of picture like this. So this method will take as parameter some display picture, and what we will do here, we will first find where is the cover. So the cover index picture dot find index picture dot isCover equals true, and just like this, it's okay. And if cover index is present, then we are going to do a picture cover. We are going to get the picture back. This one will be the cover, and we are going to place it at the front by doing a splice cover index 1 by deleting it first, and then by doing an unshift that will put it at the beginning of the array, like this. And we are going to return, of course, pictures, like this. Okay, now we are going to fetch as well the category, because we just have the name, we don't have the info. So let's do a get category technical name, and it will be a this.listing.category, like this. And last thing, we need to get the country information. So let's get country by code. Let's do a .listing.location. Let's subscribe to this one. Let's do a next country, and we can do a this.listing.location equals like this. So let's maybe put an if like this. That would be more efficient. Let's format it a bit, and that's nice. Now let's handle the error case. If the listing state equals error, then the loading, we put it to false, and we'll just put a toast service. We'll just like send a toast for our users. Now let's go to our template. So for our template, let's begin by a if. If we have some listing, and if we are not in loading state, let's put a header with the title, so listing.description.title.value. Let's put the picture inside this div, so the gallery, with a for. This for will be picture. Oh, let's put the bracket like this is a p, so picture of listing.picture, track by picture.file, and we need the index here. Now we have a div inside with a class border1, border transparent, background cover, background center, background no repeat, height full, and width full. As well, we need to put a dynamic class, which will be for the cover, if the picture is the cover. We also need an ng class that will be the gallery dash picture. So let's put it like this, plus the index plus 1, because we will display it as a grid. So we need to have the index to put one CSS class per picture. So the background image will be URL plus data plus picture dot file content type plus base 64 plus picture dot file and end of parenthesis. Yes, we need to import ng class as well, and that's it for this div. Then let's display the other information. So with class flex, justify content between and margin top 4. Let's create another div inside this, a class content, with an ID content and a class flex grow 1, margin right 7. Also, we will need a div with a class text XL font bold, so it will be listing.location. Now it's a OL with a li, and inside this we have a listing.info.guest.value that will be for guests. Then we will have a li with a font awesome icon. The icon will be circle with then a span. Inside this we will have listing.info.bedroom.value for the bedrooms. And now let's copy this one and let's put the two other ones. So this one is beds and this one is bath. Beds and baths. Now let's create a div to separate this a bit. So the border will be border 1, margin y4, width full, border solid, and border 200. Another div to display the category. So it will be of class flex, justify content start, align item center. Inside this div, we will have a font awesome icon with a class margin left 2 and a icon of type category dot icon and size 2x. Then we'll have a div of class margin left 4 and we'll say this house is of type category dot display name. Then yes, we need to put this as well. Then let's put another separator and let's create another container for the name of the landlord, for the information from the landlord. So it will be the same as this one. So let's copy this class for this div, except that we have a landlord class. Now let's call the avatar component. This one will have an image URL that will be listing.landlord.image URL. Also, we will have the avatar size that will be avatar XL, and we will have a div with a class font bold, margin left 3, and hosted by listing.landlord.firstname. Let's put another separator, and then let's put the loading here with the if loading here, and let's write it. So with a class flex, justify content center, align item center. Inside this we have the font awesome icon with a class margin left 2 and text primary. The icon is cycle notch, and the size is 3x. We also have a small animation that spin. All right, now what we need to do is to plug first inside the app route. So let's go to this file. The path will be listing, and the component will be the display listing component. So for this is good. So now let's try on our browser. So let's click on it. Yes, we forgot the CSS part. So let's open the CSS file. Let's put the gallery class. The gallery class will be displayed as display grid. We'll have a grid template columns with repeat 8, 1 fr. We'll have a grid template rows, repeat 6, 5 VW, a grid gap of 10 pixel. Then we'll have a class cover with a grid column start 1, a grid column end 5, grid row start 1, and grid row end 7. Then we have a border top left radius of 1.5 rem and a border bottom left radius of 1.5 rem. Nice. Like this, we are going to copy this, and this one will be gallery dash picture 2. We can remove this, and it will be, so the start end. So it will be 5, 7, 1, 4. Then the third one will be, so let's change 7, and it will be 7, 9, 1, 4. For the fourth picture, there would be 5, 7, 4, 7. And we will have a border bottom right radius of 1.5. For the last one, it will be 7, 9, 4, 7. And this time it's the, oh no, sorry. This one is for the fifth one. It's not for this. So it should be as well the third. And this one is just the bottom top, not bottom, not bottom. Then we will need to also still put the style on the OL. So it will be a list style type of circle, margin block start of 0.3 em, a margin block end of 1 em, a margin inline start of 0, a margin inline end of 0, and a padding inline start of 0. Then we'll have as well the Unicode BD isolate. And then inside this, we'll have the Lee display inline block with a margin right of 6 pixels. Last class, we'll have a font awesome icon with a font size of 3 pixels with a vertical align middle and a margin right to 4 pixels. Now let's check again, and that's way better. We still have an issue though here. So why? So we forgot here to put the description. So here let's put a div where we are going to put the description like this. So indeed, the div content here should not be finished here, but here. That's why we had an issue. So for now, here, the UI is not entirely complete because here we will put later the reservation widget with the calendar. So, but for now, it's okay. We can see that we have the round here and all the picture are displayed nicely. We can also go back now and we can click and we can see any of the house. Like this, we have the description, we have the name of the landlord, we have the type of house, we have the information here, we have the name of the booking. Nice, very good job. We are now going to build our reservation system, meaning that now we want to put here a widget with a calendar where the user will input the date he wants to stay in the house, and we will make the reservation for him. So, as usual, we are going to begin with the backend. So first, let's create some DTOs in the booking domain. So let's add a package, application.dto. Let's create a first record that we will name new booking DTO. This new booking DTO will have a not null offset daytime with a start date, a not null offset daytime end date, and a not null UUID that would be the listing public ID. Then we are going to need a booked date DTO. This object, we will use it to make sure that the date that the user wants to reserve has not been taken already. So we will just like tick the widget calendar, the date there, to make sure that those dates are not selected and are not clickable. So for this, we are going to create a special endpoint that will tell us if yes or no, which date are available. So let's create another record, and the name will be booked date DTO. This one will have these two fields, and that's all for our DTO. Let's now create some method inside our mapper. So we will need a mapper that will return a booking with the new booking object that we just create. So it will be new booking DTO. We will also need a mapper that will return to us a booked DTO to check availability like this. Great. Now we are going to go to the repository and we will create some new query. We will need a query that will return true or false, and true if the date that the user wants has still been booked. So we will do it exist all by end date greater than equals or start date less than equal, and the parameter will be offset datetime start date, offset end date, and UUID foreign key listing. So let's simplify it and let's say exist booking exist by date. Let's say booking exists at interval, and let's do a custom query where we'll do a select case when count booking superior to 0, then true, else false. And let's go to a new line and we'll do a from booking where not booking dot end date inferior to start date, or booking dot start date superior to or equals then end date. Like this, we are going to detect if one of the two dates is in the interval of one of the dates that we have inside our DB. Then we are going to check that, of course, the listing is the same in the booking. FK listing. Let's do maybe like this. It's okay. All right. We will also need a method that will return a list of booking that we find all booking by listing public ID. Nice. Let's go now and create our service inside the application package. So it will be the booking service. Okay, let's move it right away like this. Let's put the @service annotation. So we will need the booking repository. We will need the booking mapper. We'll need as well the user service, and we will need the landlord service. Let's create a constructor for this. Nice. And now let's create our service. So it's public, state, void, and string. Let's import this. The method name will be create, and we will take as parameter new booking. Let's first call the mapper, where we will map our new DTO to our entity, like this. Then let's load as well the information of the listing. So we will do a landlord get. So we don't have this service yet. So let's create it now. So we are going to need a service that will return an optional listing create booking DTO. That this method will be called get by listing public ID and will take as parameter a UUID of public ID. We're also going to need this DTO here. So let's create it inside this package like this. We just have two fields, a UUID, so the listing public ID, and the price value object. We'll use it to make the calculation of the total price of the trip. So let's import this. Let's import optional as well. And this service will be really simple. We just return the listing repository dot find by public ID. We pass as parameter the public ID, and then we map the listing mapper. I think we will need maybe to create it. So it will be map. Yes, we don't have the mapper as well. So let's create this mapper like this. So we will return a listing create booking DTO. The method will call map to listing create booking DTO, and we take as parameter listing. Let's annotate mapping. The target is listing public ID and the source is public ID. Nice. Let's go back to our service. Let's call now our newly created mapper. Okay, so that's not the one. All right, like this, it's better. Okay, we have our service that will retrieve a listing by this public ID. Let's now call this service. Let's pass the public ID parameter. Let's create a new variable of optional that we will call listing optional. If the optional, is empty, then we return right away the state of type void of string, and so builder dot for error directly and landlord public ID not found. Now we are going to check if, so with the repository, if there is already a booking for this date. So let's pass first new booking, the start date, then the end date, and then the public ID, the listing public ID. All right, like this, we can create already booked Boolean. If already booked, then we just return same here an error state, one booking already exists. We are doing those check as well. We will do it as well on the front. But since the backend shouldn't trust the front end, we are doing the same verification as the front end. So now we are able to extract the listing from the optional because we checked already that it wasn't empty. And let's call the booking here and let's set the foreign key listing to this one because it's not mapped. Now we are going to need to know who made the booking. So obviously it's the user who is connected. So let's get the information of the connected user. Let's put his foreign key like this. Right now we are not handling it, but let's put the number of traveler to 1. Let's now calculate the number of nights. So we'll do a chrono unit days between like this. And let's calculate as well the total price. So let's set total price. So we'll cast this into an int and we'll do a number of nights multiplied by listing.price.value. Now we have everything we need. We can save and we can safely return the state for success. Nice. Now let's create our second service where we'll be able to check if the reservation has been made and return the exact date that we need. The name of the method will be check availability, and we will take as parameter a UUID of, so it will be the public ID of the listing. So let's call the booking repository dot find all by listing, by foreign key listing. Let's pass the public ID and let's do a stream dot map and booking mapper with a booking to check availability dot to list. Let's just add return like this, and we are good like this. Let's annotate with transactional, same here with the read-only, and we are good to go. This method will return all the dates that has been booked for a particular house. Great. Now let's create our presentation package and let's create our booking resource. Let's annotate it with REST controller and with request mapping. So it will be /API/booking. We will need the booking service. Let's create the constructor and let's write our method. So public response entity, we will just return a boolean. The name of the method will be create. We will have a valid at request body new booking DTO. We will then call the service create with the new booking DTO, with the create state. Now we will try to check the status of this, and if there was an error, then we are going to create a problem detail dot for status, and we will send an HTTP status of bad request with the value of the error. And let's create here a variable, and let's return the response entity for of problem detail dot build. Now, if we don't have any error, then let's just return true. Let's not forget to annotate with post mapping, and the name will be just create. Nice. Now let's create our second method. It will be a response entity of list of book date DTO. The name will be check availability, and we will just need a request param that will be the UUID listing public ID. Then let's return a response entity OK of booking service.check availability, and we pass as parameter listing public ID. Great. Now let's put the annotation get mapping to bind the endpoint, and the name of the endpoint will be check availability. Good. Let's now rebuild our web service. Okay, so no issue with the mapper. It seems that it's fine. All right. Let's now switch to our front end and let's start implement the reservation feature. So let's open a terminal and let's add a new library called day.js. This library will help us to manipulate date. Good. Now let's add some new model in the booking model.ts. We are going to need the create booking with a start date of type date, a end date of type date, and a listing public ID that will be type string. We will also need two interfaces, so one named booked dates DTO from client with a start date of type day.js and a end date of the same type, and a similar object with only type date and an end date like this. Just change the name, it would be from server, because we will switch and we will transform on the fly this date to day.js instances. Okay, now let's go to our booking service. Let's create it with our favorite terminal with njgs. It would be tenant /service /booking. Let's open it. Let's inject HTTP client like this. Now let's instantiate our private signal. So create booking of writable signal. Yes, except that is a string, and we need to import this state. It will be equals signal, and with a state builder of type string with the forInit method. Then let's create a public signal that would be computed from this create booking like this. Now that we are here, let's create also the other one, so the check availability signal that would be of type array of booked date DTO from client, and the signal will be the same type. Let's remove this. Let's rename this, and let's change this as well. Good. Let's now create our method create with a parameter new booking. We will call it create booking. So let's use our HTTP client with post of type Boolean. And here we have a little mistake. It's not string, but it's Boolean. Okay. The address will be environment.api_ul like this, except that it's booking and that slash create. Now let's subscribe. Let's do a next. Let's call it created, and let's create our state object inside, of course, our signal. So let's do a set of Boolean and for success, and let's pass created. Okay, let's do the same for the error. Let's extract error and let's instantiate our state builder object with a error state. Okay, for our create. Now let's do our check availability method. So public ID of string. It will return so void, and we will create a HTTP params.set of listing public ID. Like this, let's create a variable named params. Let's now call our HTTP client. So with get of array of booked date from server. The address is going to be check-availability, and the option will be param that's correct. Now let's do a pipe and a map, and let's do a this map date to day.js. Let's create a method that will be a function, and this function will return a book date, and the parameter will be the booked state from server, and we are going to return an array of booked date from client. Let's map with the booked date. Let's call map. This one is reserved date of type booked date. Maybe we don't need this. Yes, we don't need this. And we can do a this dot convert date to day.js with the reserved date. Convert. Let's create another method. This method will have a DTO name, and it will be generic, so T, and it will be a T extend booked date from server. And we will return a booked date from client. Now let's return here start date with day.js DTO.startDate, and let's do the same for end date. And as well, let's put the other field the same way. All right, let's come back to our service and let's subscribe to it. Let's implement next. Let's name the parameter book date. And so we don't need this. We can do a check availability dot set, and let's create, so it will be array of booked date from client, and it will be booked dates, so no console log. Let's handle error like this. Let's do set, and let's do a state builder of array of booked date from client for error. All right, let's now create our component to display the date. So let's do a ng gc tenant / book dash date. Let's open it. Let's create some signal, some input signal that would be required. That will be of type listing. We will also need the listing public ID. So let's create another signal of type string. We will need the booking service. So let's inject it. We will need the toast service. We will need the auth service and the router. Let's create as well some booking date array of type date. Let's have a total price variable. Let's have as well a min date that is initialized with the date of today, because we don't want that our users will reserve a date in the past. And we will need the booked date that will be as well an array of date, and this one we will use it to block the date that has been already reserved. Let's implement on init and on destroy. On the onInit method, we are going to call the booking service.check availability, and we will pass the listing public ID as parameter. And on the ng on destroyed, we are going to call the booking service reset create booking that we forgot to implement. So let's do it now. Let's create a method, and this method will be very simple. We are just going to set the state inside the create booking signal to for init. So now, every time the user is clicking on a new range of date, we are going to call a method named onDateChange. We will have as parameter a new booking dates that will be of type array of date. This one will be equals to this dot booking date equals new booking date. So there is some small typo here. So let's correct it. All right. So if we validate make booking, so let's write a method to validate that our dates are in correct shape. So we will do a this.booking dates.length. So we need to have two dates inside this array, and the first date should be different from null, the second one as well, and the first one should be different from this one, and also the user should be authenticated. If those conditions are met, then we are going to create a variable start booking date day.js equals to day.js new booking date 0. We are going to do the same for the end date day, and let's calculate the total price. That would be equals end booking date dot diff with the start booking. The unit will be the day, and we will multiply it by the listing price per night. Else the total price should be 0. When the user will click on the reservation button, we will call this method, and we will create a new booking object that will be of type create booking. We will have a listing public ID with the following value. I forgot the equals here. We will have a start date of this booking index 0, and we will take the index 1. Once we created our object, we can just call the booking service and call the method create with the new booking object. Now that we have this, we are going to listen to the method that we created, that we called earlier. So now let's listen to the check available date service with a method. So we listen to check available date like this. Let's put an effect, and the effect inside this, let's get the check availability signal. So check availability state. And if we have a status OK, then so we are going to put inside the book dates, we are going to map, because we need to make some transformation, dates to date with the check availability state dot value. Let's create this method. Let's import this. Let's create a const of booked dates of array of date, and for each start and end booked date, we are going to iterate over this booked DTO from client, and we are going to create all the dates in between these two dates by doing this dot get dates in range with the book date that we iterate on. So now let's create a new const that will be of type array date. Let's start by the current date that will be type booked date dot start date, and let's do a while current date inferior to booked date of end date. Then we are going to push the current date to date inside the newly created array, and then we are going to do a current date dot add, and let's add 1 day, and then let's return date. All right, so yes, here we need to finish and return the book date array, and let's put the return type here. All right, now let's handle the error if there is any, and let's call our toast service with a severity error when fetching, so no error when fetching the not available dates. And we will need to listen when the reservation will be successful or not. So let's create a listen to create booking. Let's put effect inside. Let's get the signal like this. Create booking state. So if the statute is okay, then the toast service should be a success. Booking created successfully. Great. And if not, then the toast should say so. Also, in the success, we are going to route our user to their booking page. Okay, now let's go to our template. Let's create a div of class border 300, border 1, border round XL shadow 1, p padding 4. Let's create a span with a class text to XL, font bold, and we will display the price of one night. So it would be listing.price.value with the pipe currency. Now we are going to need the p calendar widget with a class max width 4, block, and margin top 4. This p calendar will need the ng model to be configured as booking date. We are going to listen to ng model change, and we will call the on date change with the $event. We will also have a min date because we can't make a reservation in the past. That would be min date. We will put the inline flag to true, the touch UI to false, select over months to true because we want, and we will disable some date by passing the array where the reserve date are present. So let's format that bit. Now we are going to need a button with a class inside that will be p button, margin top 4, width full, justify content center, disabled. If the validate make booking is at false, we need to have a class dynamic that will be p disable equals to the same, and we will bind the click to the on new booking method. So yes, so this one should be public like this. So the name of the button will be present, the label. And now if the user is not connected, so of service is authenticated, Then we are going to put a div with a class width full, margin top 4. Inside, we will put a p message with a style class of width full, severity will be 1, and the text will be you need to log in before making a reservation. Then let's put a small separator with border 1, margin y4, width full, and border solid, and border 200. And let's display the total price inside this div. So it will be total, flex, justify content between, font bold, and text large. Inside this, let's have a div with the total and with the value, like this total price currency. Nice. Now that we have this, let's display this widget inside the display listing. So let's go on this template and let's add this widget. So our component, so it will be app book date. Let's add the listing public that will be inside the current public ID and the listing that will be the same name. Nice. Let's go back to our front end, to our browser. So we can see here that we have a nice now reservation widget. We have an error, I think. Yes, we do. So let's check the console. So yes, because here we need to put the URL to public. So let's permit our booking check availability, and that's it. So let's build it again. All right, let's try again. So here we have a lot of reservations, so that's fine. Let's go to another house. Let's take this one, for example. We can see that here, that's nice. So let's log in. Let's try to make a reservation. The range selection is not working because we forgot to activate it. So let's go back to the template here and let's add the selection mode, and it should be range. Now let's try again. Now we have the selection. The button here is still disabled. It's because here I think we have a misunderstood. It's booking date. That's why this method is not working properly. Let's return this like this. Let's try again. And now the total price is calculated and we can reserve. Let's click. That's nice. So of course we not get redirected because the page is not there yet. That's why we have here the error in the console. We can check now if we refresh the page, this state should be disabled. So let's refresh and we can see that it was indeed disabled now. And it means as well that our check availability endpoint, it's working as well as our reservation system. Very nice job. Let's go now to our next feature, which will be the My Booking page. This page will display for a tenant all the booking that has been made. So first, let's go to our backend. Let's make a bit of cleanup. Let's create first our needed DTO. Let's do new Java class record, and let's call it booked listing DTO. We will have a valid picture DTO, and we will call it cover. We'll have a not empty string location. We will have a valid booked date DTO. We will have as well a valid price value object that will be named total price. We will have a not null UUID that will be the booking public ID, and a not null UUID listing public ID. Now let's open our service and let's create our get booked listing. So public list of booked listing DTO. So get booked listing. So no need to have any parameter. Let's get the information of the connected user. Let's get all the booking for a particular tenant. So this one we need to create it. It will return a list of booking, and it will be a find all by foreign key tenant. And we will have the UUID foreign key tenant like this. Let's now come back to our service. Let's call this method. Let's pass the parameter connected user and the public ID of the connected user. Now we are going to need to create here a local variable. So it will be all booking. We will need to filter it. So let's do a stream dot, sorry, not filter, but map by foreign key listing. So we are going to extract all the listing ID. So it'll be all listing public IDs like this. And we are going to load all the listing related to those booking. So let's go to the landlord service, and this method, we'll call it get card display by listing public ID. And it will be so all listing public ID. Let's just use a small typo here, not a uppercase. Let's create this method. So this method here will have as parameter list of UUID, and it will return a display card listing DTO. We will return a listing repository dot find all by public ID in. So we also need to create this one. The parameter will be just the list of the public ID that we have in parameter. Let's create this method. So that's right. And then let's trim, let's map, and let's call our mapper that will be the listing to display listing DTO. And let's recreate a list. It's card listing, display card listing. Oh, here it's because it's a list of listing. Of course, it's the automatic creation that messed up this whole stuff. Okay, so now we are good. Let's come back. Let's rebuild. Let's make sure it's okay. Yes. So let's create our variable, and that will be all listing. And let's return a map booking to booked listing, all booking, all listing. So what we are trying to do here is to create a DTO with these two lists, okay? Because now we will need to merge the bookings here with the listing here. So let's do it in a dedicated method that would be clearer. So we are going to have all of this. Then we are going to stream the all booking list, then map, and then inside the map, we are going to create our DTO by doing a display card listing with a display. So let's create this variable. Then let's do a stream of filter. And here we are going to filter by matching the public ID with the inside the booking and inside the listing. Then we take the first one, and if not, then, I mean, this one shouldn't arrive. So let's now map. The mapping will be just booking to check availability. So let's map the booking entity. Let's call it dates. And now we are free to create our booked listing DTO. So we have the display cover here. Then we are going to have the location like this. Then we pass date. Then let's create a new price value object with the total price. And we have here the public ID and the display card public ID here. We just need here to add a to list, and we are good with our mapping and our service. Let's now add the cancel. So let's just first add here a transactional read-only equals true. And now let's write our cancel service where we are going to handle when the user wants to cancel his booking. So let's write cancel. We will need the UUID of the booking and the UUID of the listing as well. Let's get the information of the connected user like this. Let's create the counter for the deletion. So it would be 0. And let's now call directly the delete booking by foreign key, tenant, and public ID. Let's pass on the connected user.public ID and the booking public ID. Let's create this method inside the repository. So it's an int because we want to have the possibility to know if one row has been deleted or no. So this one will be the tenant public ID, and this one is the public booking ID. All right, let's not forget the semicolon, and let's create, we can do this directly. And now if the delete success is superior to 1, then we return a state builder as success, a state object in success state, and if not, then we return a state object in error state. Nice. Let's now create our two resources. So let's open the booking resources. Our method will be public and it will return a list of booked listing DTO. So get booked listing DTO without any parameter. And we will just return a response entity of booking service dot get booked listing. Let's bind this method to an API address. So it will be get booked listing. And let's write now our cancel method. So the cancel method will just like return a UUID. The name will be cancel. We will need a request param of booking public ID and another request param that would be the listing public ID. Now we call the booking service the cancel method, and we pass so the booking ID and the listing public ID. We create the variable of the state, and now we check if there is an error. We create a problem detail where we will say that there is a bad request, and we will pass the get error value. Now we are just going to do a response entity of like here. Let's create the variable first, and let's do a response of problem detail.build. And if there is no error, then we just return the response entity OK, and we just return the booking public ID. Now let's map our method. Let's bind the method. So it would be a delete mapping, and the name will be cancel. All right, let's build this and check that everything is okay. Yes, that's fine. Let's go now to our front end where we are going to display the booking page. So first, let's make a little bit of cleanup and let's open the booking model to add a new interface that we will call booked listing. We will have a location that will be of type stream, a cover that will be of type display picture, a total price, which will be a price value object, a date that will be a booked date from server, a booking public ID, a listing public ID, and a loading boolean. Now that we have this, let's go to our booking service and let's create some signal here. So let's copy paste, it would be faster. So the name will be get booked listing dollar. Here the name will be get booked listing signal. The state will be an array of booked listing, array of book listing. This is get booked dollar like this. Let's copy paste here as well, and let's create a cancel signal. So cancel signal, the type will be state string, same here, and it will be here cancel like this. Yes, miss this. Okay. Now let's write the service. So let's call it get booked listing. That will return void. Let's use the HTTP client. Let's call the get method. It will be an array of booked listing. The URL will be environment.api URL / booking / get booked listing. So then let's subscribe. Let's handle the next. So the type will be booked listing. That will be an array of booked listing. Then we will do a set on the signal, and we will put a state builder like this, array of booked listing dot for success booked listing. I think we can just simplify a bit and just do this, as well as simplify it like this. All right, let's handle error like this. Let's copy this line. So it will be for error, and let's pass this. Let's pass the error object present here. Okay, now let's write a cancel method that will take a booking public ID, which is a string, and a listing public ID as parameter. We will create some HTTP param, so for the booking and for the listing as well. Okay, now, okay, let's create a param variable like this, and let's call the HTTP method, the delete method of the HTTP client. We will like return a string. The URL will be environment.api URL, and the address will be /booking/cancel. Let's put params as parameter. So like this. Let's subscribe like this. The next method, so it will be the cancelled UU, the cancelled public ID. And let's set the cancel signal with a state builder of string for success and with the cancel public ID. Let's enter error like this. Perfect. Let's not forget this one. Let's also not forget to write the reset cancel like this. So this one will set the state of the cancel signal as for init. And that's all we need for our booking service. Now let's go to our terminal and let's create a new component with nggc in the tenant folder. The name will be booked listing. Let's now open the TS file. Let's implement on init and on destroy. Let's implement all the member. All right. Let's inject the booking service and the toast service like this. And we will need as well a booked listing that will be our array to display the list like this. So let's put a new, let's put as well a loading flag, a loading boolean. We can display a spinner. On the ng on init, we are going to call a fetch booking method. Let's create it. We are going to put the loading boolean as true, and let's call the method get booked listing inside the booking service. On the ng on destroy, let's call the booking service dot reset cancel. Like this, we don't forget to do it. Let's write as well the on cancel booking. It will be the method that will be called when the user will click on the button inside a card. So we will take as parameter a booked listing. And what we will do, we will put the loading field of the booked listing to true. And we will call the booked the booking service, the cancel method, and we will pass the public ID of the booking and the listing public ID as well. Now, let's create a constructor and let's create a first method to listen to the fetch method of the booking. Let's write effect. Let's get the signal inside the booking service. So the get booked listing. Let's create a variable from this to be the book listings state. So if the status of the booking state is okay, then we stop the loading spinner and we put the value of the array that is contained inside the state inside the booked listing variable. Let's do like this. Else we still put the loading boolean to false and we will call the toast service and we will send an error. We will display an error to the user saying that there was a problem to fetch his booking. All right, now let's listen to the cancel booking. Let's put an effect. Let's extract the value inside the signal. So it will be the cancel state dot status equals okay. Let's create a if with this, and if this is the case, then we are going to try to find the index inside the listing. So the index with a listing, and we are going to try to match the booking public ID with the cancel state dot value with a semicolon, and let's create the variable. So it's the listing to delete text. Let's delete it from the array. So let's do a splice, and let's display a success message to the user. If it's not okay, then we are still going to find the index like this, but we are just going to put listing to index, we're just going to put the loading state of this particular booking to false. And we will just display an error when cancel your booking. Let's format it a bit. And we are good to go. We can switch to the template. So let's delete everything. Let's create a headline with my booking. Let's create a subtitle. It will be past and next booking. We will create a div with a class listing grid with a for inside that will be booked listing of our array track by booked listing dot public ID, and we will just call the card listing component. Let's give to this one the right parameter. So it would be booked listing. The card mode will be booking, and we will listen to the cancel booking that will be equals to on cancel booking with the $event. That's nice. Then let's put a message if there is no booking yet. So if we are not in loading state and if the array is empty, then let's create a div with a class flex colon align item center and justify content center. A height of h10 relative em, and let's put a title of h1 with no booking found, right? And let's create a div with a class inside that will be text XL, and let's say it seems that you don't have any booking yet. All right, last if we are going to put the spinner. So if loading, then let's create a div inside. Let's put some class, so flex, justify content center, align item center, and h10 relative em. Let's put a font awesome icon with a class margin left 2 and text primary. Let's as well put the icon, its circle notch, and with a size of 3 and an animation spin. All right, now let's open the app route and let's create a new entry inside the router that will be path booking. The component will be booked, listing component. All right, now let's go to our app and let's try. Let's relog in. Let's go to my booking. So there is an error here, error when fetch listing. So let's see why. So if I come back, okay, so yes, there is an error here. So it seems that we have an error here. Yes. So let's check, and it's because of here. So we do an else if, and we need to make sure it's not else, because every time you have this component initialized, the signal will emit a value. So we need to protect it this way. So let's go back and you can see that it's fine. Now let's cancel this booking. So here we still have an issue with the cancel state. So if we look at the error, it's no entity with actual transaction available. So it's because we forgot to annotate this method with @transactional. So let's do this. Let's cancel. Let's rebuild and let's wait. Okay, let's refresh, let's wait, and we successfully cancel. Here, we can see that we have the deletes from, so that's nice. And if we try to make a new reservation, for example, from here to here, we reserved, and we see that we are redirected and that we have our nice booking with the correct date and the correct price. Well done. Let's now implement a feature for our landlord that here will allow a landlord to see which reservation he has for his house. So first, let's come back to our backend, and let's clean up a bit. Let's reopen the booking service, and we will have to implement two features. So we will do the cancel, meaning that a landlord can cancel a booking for his house anytime, and we will also fetch the booking of the landlord. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to keep this method, but just we are going to slightly modify it. Like this, we can reuse that code. So let's do that now because the modification is very simple. So here, what we are going to do is we are going to take this, we are going to initialize to 0. And if security utils that has any role, so we check that our landlord, our user has the role landlord, and we are going to add a parameter by landlord like this. We are going to add it as a parameter. And if that's the case, then we are going to delete success equals handle deletion for landlord. And the parameter would be booking public ID, listing public ID, and connected user dot, no, just connected user, sorry, and the delete success. So let's create a method. So everything here is correct. Let's call the landlord service dot get by public ID and landlord public ID. So we are just going to create it, but the parameter will be listing public ID, connected user public ID. Let's create this method. So we will return an optional of display card listing DTO, and the two parameters would be the listing public ID and the landlord public ID. Let's put transactional before we forget, and we will return a listing repository dot find one by public ID and landlord public ID. So it will be listing public ID and landlord public ID. Let's create this one as well. Here it's listing, and that's okay like this. So let's go back and let's map here with our mapper. Let's now go back to our booking service and let's create a listing verification optional. So if we have something inside the optional, then we are going to try to delete it because now we made the verification. So let's call the booking repository and let's delete booking by public ID and foreign key listing. So it's public ID and listing verification.get.public ID. Let's create a method like this. So this one is the listing public ID. All right. And let's return delete success. Now, if we go back to our service, let's put here the health and let's just copy this. We do a delete success equals this and we are good to go. We just need to modify here and put a new request param that will be a boolean called for landlord and let's pass this boolean here like this. Now it's okay. There is a small typo here, so let's correct. It's for landlord. All right, now we are good for the cancel part. Let's now write our service for get the booked listing for the landlord. So we will return a list of booked listing DTO that we'll call get booked listing for landlord. Let's take the detail of the connected user. So connected user. Okay, let's get all the properties from the landlord. So just the connected user. Okay, like this. Let's get only all the public IDs. So let's do a map, a display listing DTO, and let's just map the public ID. Here, let's create, this is all properties public ID. Let's call now the booking repository dot find all fk by listing in, and let's pass as parameter here the all properties public IDs. Let's create this method. It will be a list of booking objects like this. Let's create a local variable. This one will be all bookings, and let's return the list of booked listing DTO with the method that we created earlier. Let's not forget here to add the add transactional with the read only. And now we can go to our resources, to our booking resource, to create our endpoint. So our endpoint will be simple. It will just return a list of booked listing DTO, and it will be a get book listing for landlord. So no parameter, and we will return directly a response entity. Okay, booking service dot get booking listing for landlord. Yes, here's a list. Let's map it with get mapping. Let's annotate it. Sorry, it will be get booked listing for landlord, and let's also put a pre-authorized with has any role, and let's do a plus security utils that role landlord plus this one. All right, like this, it will just be accessible to the people who has landlord role. Let's now try to launch our web service. So I forgot the semicolon here. Let's do it again. All right, let's go now to our front end and let's implement the reservation page. Let's start by modifying the booking service. Let's clean a bit. First, we are going to modify cancel by adding a parameter by landlord. That would be type of boolean. Then let's add it in the HTTP parameter with the key by landlord. All right, let's here, because now we need to add it to false here because it's the booked listing component. And now let's write the code to fetch the booked reservation for the landlord. So it will be very similar to this. So let's copy it. Let's add for landlord, same here and same here. The type are the same. Let's write our method, and we can even here copy paste it. It would be faster. So for landlord, the address is a bit different. We'll add for landlord as well. And let's change here the signal as well, like this. All right, let's open a terminal and let's create our component. So nggc landlord slash, let's call it reservation. All right, let's go here. Let's open the reservation component. Let's implement on init and on destroy like this. Let's inject the booking service and the toast service. Let's import. We will need a reservation listing. There will be an array of booked listing, and we will need a boolean for the loading set to false. Inside the ng on destroy, let's call the booking service dot reset cancel, and on the ng on init, let's call the fetch reservation method that we are going to create now. For the fetch reservation, there is just like the loading attribute that we set to true, and we call the booking service dot get booked listing for landlord, the service that we just created. Now let's create a method where we will listen to the fetch reservation. Let's put effect. Let's get the signal that is inside the booking service. So it's the get booked listing signal for landlord. All right, let's create a variable. So it's the booked listings state like this. The booked listing state dot status equals OK. Let's put a if around this, and let's put the loading boolean to false, and we can now just do a reservation listing equals booked listing dot value like this. Else if there is a status error, then we still put the loading boolean to false, and we call the toast service with an error when fetch the reservation. Here, let's be more accurate, and let's call it the reserved listing state. It would be better. Okay, let's now create a constructor, an empty one, and let's call the listen to fetch reservation. That's the first one. The second one, we will listen to the delete. So let's call it the cancel reservation. Like this, we will have an effect as well. And let's get the cancel signal inside the booking service. Let's create a variable, cancel state. Let's check the status of this one. So if it's okay, then we are going to search inside the array, the index of the listing of the one that is being canceled. So let's do a booking public ID equals cancel state dot value. Let's create a variable for the index. So it's the listing to delete index. Sorry for that. Let's remove it from the array with a splice. So one, and let's call our toast service with a success state. Then if it's not the case, then let's do the same here. Let's try to find the index, but this time we are just going to like put back the, so it's the reserved listing. We are just going to put the loading state of this listing to false, and we are just like sending an error toast service to the user. Great. Now let's call this method inside the constructor, and let's add the method to handle when the user is clicking on the button. So it's on cancel reservation. And when it's the case, we are going to, so there is the parameter here first, that will be a booked listing. We will do a reservation dot loading equals true, and let's call the booking service cancel method with the reservation dot booking public ID and the reservation listing public ID, and this time the boolean is true. All right, let's now go to our template. So our template will be very similar from the booked listing. So we are going to go there and we are going to copy this one. Like this, that would be faster. So here it's my reservation. Let's put here past and next reservation for your house. Let's rename this variable. It would be reservation. Here it would be reservation listing. Here it's reservation. Here it's reservation. Hit on cancel reservation. Here it's reservation listing. Here it will be no reservation found and reservation yet. Yes, everything will be the same. So the card mode here is going to be booking as well. And for our template, I think we are good to go. Let's not forget to go to the app route and let's add a path here with the landlord slash reservation. The component will be the reservation component, and we can add a can activate where only the user who has the authority role landlord are allowed to go on this URL. So let's now try. Let's log in. Let's go to my reservation. So here we have no reservation found. Okay, let's try to book. Let's go to my reservation. So here I have one that is appearing. And if I click, okay, something went wrong. Let's see. So I think we have a typo because here we put for landlord and in our code in the front it's by landlord. So let's modify this one. Here let's refactor and let's put by landlord. Let's build and let's try again. And it's successfully cancel the reservation. Great. Let's make sure. Yes. Great, great job. Okay, now let's begin our last feature, which would be the search feature. So first, let's clean and close everything. And let's create a new DTO in listing, in the listing domain. So let's create a record named search DTO. We will have a valid booked date DTO date, a valid listing info DTO, and a not empty string location. Because our search will allow user to search by range of date, by info, meaning guest, bedroom, beds, and bath, and through location. Once we have our DTO, we will need a new service from booking. So let's open application, let's open booking service, and let's add our new service. So the idea here will be to return a list of booking UUID. By this booking will match by listing IDs and book date. The idea is to make sure that for one listing that the user is searching, there is no reservation for the date already in the system. So we will take as parameter a list of UUID, which will be the listing ID, and a booked date DTO. Then we are going to call the booking repository and we will do a find all match with date. Let's create this method. So this method will have a list of UUID called FK listings and a offset datetime and end date. This will be a custom query where we will do a select booking from booking where not, so here we can copy paste because that's the same clause that we are here. We try to find some interval, so that's the same, and that the booking dot foreign key listing is in the list, and we are good. Let's pass this parameter start date, so it will be booked date DTO.startDate and booked DTO.endDate. Let's stream this list and let's map with only the UUID because we don't care about the rest of the object. So let's see here, yes, because that's a list of booking. Yes, and here we have a small typo. Okay, that's nice. Let's now like close everything and let's go to the tenant service where we are going to write our search method. So the search method will return a page of displayed card listing. Of course, this method will be called search, and we will have as parameter pageable because we don't want to return too many results. And we will also have a search DTO for the parameter of the search. Let's first call the listing repository and do a find all by location. So this one we will first create it like this because it's a bit long. So this method will return a page of listing and it will be a find all by location and bathrooms and bedrooms and guests and beds. So the parameter will be pageable. It will be then string location, int bathrooms, int bedrooms, int guests, int beds. Okay, let's go back to our service. Let's do a find all by location and let's call the method that we just create. Let's put into parameter pageable and then a new search.location, new search.bathroom, sorry, new search.info.bath. So yeah, let's go to the next line and dot value, new search.info.bedrooms.value, new search.info.guest.value, new search.info.beds.value. Let's create here our variable, which will be all match listings. And now let's map this list to a stream, to a list of UUID. So let's do map and listing dot get public ID dot to list. So like this, let's create a variable. So it will be listings UUID. Then let's call our booking service where we will call the get booking match by listing IDs and book date that we just created before. We're going to pass the list and the dates object. With this, let's introduce a local variable. Let's shorten it a bit. It would be the booking UUIDs. So here, let's do the same. It would be listing UUIDs. And let's filter out now by doing a all match listing.stream.filter. And to filter, we are going to do a if the booking UUIDs doesn't contain the listing.get public ID, then we can put it in the list. So just let's go here, let's do a map, and we are just going to use the mapper with the listing to display card listing DTO. Let's make a list of this and let's create the variable. So we will call it listings not booked. Now what we need to do, we're just going to return a page implementation. Here the list with the result, the pageable object and the size of the array. Let's not forget here our transactional annotation. And now let's create our resources inside the tenant resource. So the endpoint will return a response entity of page of display card listing. It will be a find all, sorry, let's call it search, and we'll take as parameter a pageable like this, and as a request body a search DTO that needs as well to be valid. And with this, we are just going to do a response entity.ok, and we call the search method. Let's then annotate this. It's a post mapping with the address is search. And we also need to go to the security configuration and permit all on this endpoint. So it will be search. All right, let's go now to our front side. Let's close everything and let's open our tenant listing service in order to implement our search method. So let's first create, here we will create a search, but this time it will not be a writable signal but a subject. We do this because we don't want that the signal is every time emitting a value when a component is instantiated. So that's why we are using a subject. So the subject will contain a state of page of card listing. We will instantiate him, so no default value, and we will have a public observable. Like this, our subject is safe, and we can't modify it by just calling the service, by just using the service. Now, let's create a search listing method. We will have a new search parameter, so search, and a page request that will be of type pagination. Let's create the search model. So for this, let's create a new folder here inside tenant, and let's create search.model. Here, let's create an interface, search. We'll have a location with string, some date that will be of type booked date from server, and some info with type new listing info. Okay, let's import this. Let's now call the method create pagination option. Let's pass the page request, and let's create the local variable for the page request. Let's now call the HTTP client post method of type page of card listing. The address will be environment.api, and it will be /tenant listing /search with the new search as parameter, and then the params that needs to be set as option. Then let's subscribe to it. Let's define the next case. So it will be a display listing card, and we are going to do a next on the subject. So with inside, as usual as we do, the state builder of page card listing with the for success, and here it's the display listing card. Let's handle the error case for error like this, and let's do a search.next with a state object with the for error status, with the for error state. All right, it's now time to create a new component inside the tenant search folder. So let's do like this. All right, so the search component will work a bit of the same as when we created the creation of the property listing. So it will be a stepper. So for the stepper, we are going to create the name of our steps. So we'll have a first step name location, a second step name dates, and a third steps for the number of guests. We will reuse, so we'll need an array of step. So let's instantiate the array. We will have a ID that will be the first step. It will be location. The ID next, that will be date. So the ID previous, that will be null. And the validation, which will be false for now. Let's create the second step. It will be date. The next will be guest. The previous was location. Let's create the last one, the third one. It will be guest. The next is null, and the previous is date. All right. The current step is going to be the first one inside the array, and the parameter of our search by default will be, so we'll have a date object with a start date starting today, a end date the same. We'll have info with guest with an object with a value inside of 0. So let's do the same for all. So beds and bath. Perfect. And a location that will be empty for now. We will also need a loading search boolean initialized at false and a dynamic ref inject its dynamic dialog ref from PrimeNG, and we will need the router that will be injected like this. Let's now implement a few methods. So we need the next step that will check if the current step has a next step, and if that's the case, then let's put the current step to the next one by filtering. So step like this, and by step ID with the current step object. And let's take the first one. Let's do the same, but for the previous. Let's do the ID previous here and ID previous. Let's also here write the all step valid method where we are going to filter if all the boolean of all the steps are equals to the length of the array. Like this, we make sure that all the steps are valid. And we need also a on validity change like this. And so we'll have a validity boolean, and we will put this boolean to the current step. So our first step will be location. So we need to react to when the location change. For this, the new location the type will be string. And when we have a new location, we are going to say that the boolean is valid and that the new search.location equals new location. For the dates, we are going to react with this method. So the parameter will be new dates, and the type of object will be booked dates from server. And we just put this new object inside the new search object, like this new dates. Last one, when the info change, we are going to do the same. Now, when the user validates the search at the end of the last step, we are going to put the loading search. Okay, we have a typo here. The loading search to false, and we are going to call the router dot navigate to home URL, and we are going to pass all the parameter as query param. So we will do location that will be equals this dot new search dot location, guests that will be this dot new search dot info dot guest dot value. Same for bedrooms, same for beds, same here for baths, same for start date. Here we'll call like day.js, and we will do a new search dot date dot start date, and we will do a format, and the format will be this one. Let's do the same for end date, and then let's close the window by calling the close method of the dialog dynamic ref. Now let's go to the template and let's start implementing this one. So first we're going to need a div class of padding x4 and margin bottom 3. Inside this div, we will do a switch of current step.id with some case. So the first case will be location. Inside this, we will have a header. Where do you want to go? Then we will instantiate the app-location map. We'll have a location of, it will be new search, the value dot location. The placeholder would be choose your country, and we will react to location change and with the method on new location change with event, like this, with $event. Now that we have this, let's go to our navbar inside the TS file. Let's create a open new search. Let's call so we'll need this ref equals, and let's call the dialog service dot open. Let's pass as parameter the search component, and the config will be a width of 40%. The header would be search. It will be closable. We will take the focus on show. It will be a model, and we will show the header. All right, now this open new search, we are going to bind it when the user will click on the button. So it will be navbar.html, and we will bind it on this div. So we do a click and open new search. Let's now come back and let's try to click. Okay, so it's not too bad. We have the here, it's working. So you can see how we reuse nicely the component that we had before. We just miss here the stepper, the next and previous. So let's add this now. So let's go back to our template. And here let's reuse the app footer step. So the current step is current step. Then is all step valid is equals to is all step valid. The loading is equals to loading search. The finish is equals to search. Next step, previous step. Let's try to check the results. Yes, let's search. Okay, so now you can see that we have the stepper. So let's try France. Let's do next. So it's working. Back. Okay. So now for the next step, we are going to need a custom component. So let's create one inside the same folder. So inside search, let's calling search date. Let's open the TS. Here, let's create a signal input required of type booked dates DTO from server like this. So we are going to create a search date row that will be a new array of date, and we'll have a min date to control that the user is not trying to make reservation in the past. We will have a output of type date change that will be equals new event emitter of booked date from server. It will be a step. We need a step as well, validity change of type new event emitter of type just boolean. Let's not forget the output. Same here. Let's now implement our onDate change. We will have a parameter of type new. The name will be new booking date. The type will be an array. Then we will assign directly the new booking date to search date row. We will validate. So is date valid equals this dot validate date search. So here let's create a method right away, and we will return. We will try to check if there is two dates inside the array, and that the first date is different from null, and the second one is present as well, and that the search date row 0.getDate is different from the search date, the second one. All right. Once we validate this, we can call the step validity change, and we can emit the boolean like this. Then, if the dates are valid, we can create our search date object and do so it will be the type booked date from server, and we'll have a start date of this dot search date row of 0, and same for end date. Then we emit this new value. Let's now handle the case for the register. So let's create a constructor, and let's create this dot restore previous date. Let's create this method. Let's put effect. We will use effect for this. And if this dates, then we will do this search date row of 0 equals this dates dot start date, and the search date will be end date. Let's open our template. Let's create here a div of class flex justify content center. Let's instantiate a p calendar with class max width full block and margin top 4. In terms of option, we'll have an ng model that will be the search date raw. So let's import the ng model. We'll have the ng model change as well, where we will call the on date change, the min date, type min date. Small typo here, min date. The selection mode will be range. It will be the inline would be equals true, touch UI false, and select over months equals true. Nice. Let's now go back to our search component. Let's add a new case for dates. Let's put a header. When do you want to go? And let's add our new component. So it's app search date. Let's import it. We will have, so in terms of parameter date with new search dot date. We will listen to date change with the on new date method, and the step validity change we will listen to on validity change with the $event. Let's now check on the browser the result. So let's select the country. So that's nice. Here we can select the range and we can do next. So for now, it's looking good. Last step, let's add another case here, type guests. Let's put a h1, let's put a header. What are you looking for? With a subheader. This one will be margin bottom 1, and this one will be margin top 0. Number of beds, guests, etc. And the component is the info steps that we created earlier as well. So info is new search.info. We will listen to info change with the on info change method with the event, and the step validity change on validity change $event. Let's format a bit, and that's okay. Let's now check on the browser. Let's select one country. Let's select date. Let's put some option, and let's click on finish. So you can see that right now it's not like triggering anything, but you can see that here the URL has been updated with the parameter that we inputted inside this. So what we need to do now, we need to put the value of the search inside this navbar, and we need to trigger the search inside the home component. So let's close everything and let's open the navbar.component.ts. We are going to add a new method named extract information for search, and we will use the activated route service that we are going to inject. Let's inject it here. Activated route. Sorry, let's inject activated route. So let's use this that way. Let's fetch the query param and let's subscribe to it. For next, we'll have a param parameter, and okay, so we shouldn't have autocomplete. So we'll have a param, and if the param, we have one param name location, then we can extract this parameter into the location variable that we set it at the beginning when we wrote the navbar component with the dynamic variable here. So let's do this for the other parameter. So for guests, we will do a param.guest. Let's add this. For the date, it's a little bit more complicated. We are going to use the AGS, and we are going to extract those parameters. We are going to do like this, and we will do a plus to day.js param and date, and we'll format it like this. We can even like put like this, and that will make sense. Okay, And let's restore as well. So else if this dot location is different from anywhere, then let's put back the default value. So it will be anywhere, then guests will be add guests, and these dates will be any week. Let's call this method inside the ng-on init. So extract like this, we are listening to the router. So let's test this one. So you can see that right away, it directly updates the different value. And if we change, let's change the date. Then you can see it's updating as well. Great. Let's open now our home component. Let's use the activated route because we are going to listen through this new method. So start new search. We are going to listen to the change of the query param inside the URL. So let's do a pipe. Let's make a filter and let's filter if there is location. Then let's subscribe. Let's do a next param like this. Let's put the search is loading to true. Let's create this boolean. Let's initialize it to false. Now the overloading needs to be as well to true. And now let's create our new search object. Let's import this. We will have the date. So it will be start date and it will be day.js of params start date dot. So day.js, let's import it to date. Like this, we have the autocomplete. Then this one needs to be equals, and we have a end date that will be the same here. Then let's create info. Info will have guest that will be equals to param guests, and same for the rest of it, bedroom, beds, and bath. Now, last field we have location, and location will be equals to param location. What we need to do now is to call the tenant listing service search listing. Let's give him the parameter and let's give the same page request as for the get all listing. Now that we have this, let's call this method inside the ng-on init here. So it start new search and let's listen to the subject of the search. So let's create a new method, private listen to search. Let's get this subject, it will be search. Let's subscribe to it. For next, we will have a search state. And if the search status is equals OK, then the loading will be equals to false. The search is loading will be equals to false as well. The listing array will be equals of the value that is inside the search state, and we are going to need here a empty search variable to display a message in case the search is empty. So this one, let's create it. The boolean will be equals to false. Okay, let's come back to this. And else if the statue is at error, then the loading is, we still put it at false, and the search is loading as well. And let's use the toast service to send a message, to display a message to the user. So when search listing. Here, let's not forget to get the subscription. So let's do a search subscription to avoid creating some leaks here. So this one can be undefined. And on the ng-on destroy, let's put an if like this, and let's unsubscribe to it when the component is destroyed. Like this, we don't forget, and we need to create on reset search filter. Like this, we will have a button where the user can reset his search. So we'll use the router dot navigate with the command like this, and we will put the query parameter category, and we will say category service dot category by default dot technical name. We will also put the loading equals true and the empty search to false, like this. In terms of the template, here we will need to put an end. We don't have an empty search. Nice. And I think it's the same for this one. And we will add an if. So if it's not loading and if we have an empty search, then let's create a div that will be the same as this. So let's just modify the label. So no match for your search. Try with different parameter. And here we will have a button of class P button, margin bottom 3, with a click where we will call the on reset search filter. And here we will put reset all the filters. Let's format. Now let's try. So let's choose a country. Let's choose some dates. Let's try. So let's check in our security configuration, is because here we need to put post. So let's try again. So the search doesn't triggered. So here we forgot to call this in the constructor. So let's call this. So here first, let's try to make a search. So let's choose France. Let's choose the date. Let's say one guest and let's finish. Okay, so here it's working. Now, if we refreshed, we can see that we have an issue here. Okay, so we need to invert these two methods because the start new search needs to be first because we need to make sure that there is no search incoming. So now, if you refresh, you can see that it's working. We can still explore the category like this and our search is working properly. And we can also here reset the filter. It's working really well. All right, your Airbnb clone is now ready to be deployed anywhere you want. We have all the features we wanted, such as login, booking, search, displaying house by category, and so on. I hope you learned a lot from this comprehensive and very long tutorial. I know it wasn't easy, but building a real-world application with the potential to scale through thousands of users is not the same as building a small Hello World app. In any case, thank you so much to follow this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one.